Time Management for Student by Dr. Vijay Aggarwal. Chapter number 1, Your Success and the Time. He was dreaded by the professor in college while the people at home were fed up with him. No one knew when he would check out or return to his home or what he would to do all day. Perhaps he was the only one who knew of it. His mind was inclined towards sports, and other than that, most of his time would be spent in mischief. If one had any reason to commend him, it would be for unfaltering interest in the game of badminton. He was the captain of the college badminton team. As he was easily the best player in the college, once there was an instance when he had to face a senior student in the game of badminton, and as usual, the game being his fault, he didn't lose. After the game, he went ahead to meet his opponent and assured him that he would meet him once again, which was not what he would usually do. He kept up the assurance. He met him again, getting in quite well with his newfound friend. He kept on meeting and spending time with him regularly. Unbelievable, thought his professors. It was hard for them to accept the change in his behavior. Yet, they thought would it be the same boy serious as he was known to them. Believe it or not, within a span of just 3 years, he went to top the merit list of a state level competitive examination and proved many a prophecy wrong. As wayward as he was, what would he do? But then he had reason to boast and walk with his head held high as he had proven himself. Let us take a peep into the life of another student. He was too sharp for his age, bright and brilliant in the studies, and would never have to memorize a topic for the second time. Anything he learned would be retained forever. But had it not been for the strictness of his elder brother, which had proven to be a blessing in disguise, he would have rather not studied at all. It was only because of the perseverance of his elder brother that he inevitably stood first in class. He went on to become a doctor, which was always expected of him. He did not look forward to a government job. Instead, he established his own clinic and became a private medical practitioner. His practice was well received, and he went to build a political house on a grand estate. Within a few years of his practice, he became well known in the regions as an able to reliable medical practitioner. This would be summarize his story. For now, if I am right, the first question that would strike your mind would be, was there anything special about this boy which would have been taken notice of? And your question would be apart. For the other side of the story is not known to us as for now, and that is precisely what we would have to look into objectively. This view could be clearly understood if you could answer the following question. Was he as successful as would have been? I have known him as he was my classmate. I never found out when he studied. I put in a lot of effort to score more than him in a study. However, he always managed to stay ahead somehow. He is a very good friend of mine even today, though we haven't met for a long time now. Often people praise him for his magnificent house, while I stand at a loss of words. People see what he has, while I stand unable to find words to express his loss. He worked hard and could have worked harder, given that I would have expected him to be a country's topest physician, or maybe even amongst the best physicians in the world. But when I see him today, I feel that he was vastly confined his reservoirs of talent. Isaac Newton lost his father even before he was born. However, the boy in third story is not so unfortunate. He lost his father at 9. His grandparents failed to support him, and gradually he had to give up his studies and drop out of school as he had to support his mother, a brother, and two younger sisters. He always felt the pinch and sorrow as he had to give up education. Through these circumstances didn't permit him, he always yearned to go back to school to finish his studies. As time passed, he learned about the possibility of the appearing in the examination as a private candidate from boy who was from the city and was on a visit to the village. On hearing this, he was delighted, and finally, after a lot of struggle, he saw the horizon of brightening up for him as he felt that he would begin his studies once again. He kept a small shop in his village from where he would load up his bicycle with a bundle of yarns, which he would sell in the weekly market of the surrounding area. Whatever the case, he always looked for an opportunity to study, and whenever he sighted one, he would not let it go. Days gave way to months, and he went on studying in a similar fashion. Undeterred, he struggled at every step, but his resolve was unshaken. In a few years, through his sheer perseverance and hard work, he completed his master's and went on to become a lecturer at a college. Later on, he completed his PhD and got through the civil services examination, receiving the honor of becoming the private secretary to the President of India. This is a story that I have known and understood quite closely and with much more precision than the other narrated by me. I do not have any more stories in my bucket to narrate now. I will be highlight the essence of all these stories. The hero of our first story was wayward. He was clueless as to how to put his talent to proper use and give them a definite channel. He never understood how to utilize his time to his advantage. He was never short of time. He had all the time in the world, but maybe when one was something in excess, one doesn't care about utilizing it judiciously. Same was the case with our hero, but ironically, it was through the game of badminton and his meeting his opponent the other day that changed the entire course of his life. He understood the reason and mastered the art of managing time, the only gallant resources he was bestowed with, and the rest, as he was known, his history. The name of the boy in second story was Jitendra Singh. God had bestowed him with an amazing power to memorize and sent him upon this earth to accomplish great things, to work wonders with his gift and help made many a life. But I don't think that he would justice to his talent. He spent a few hours studying and his talent covered up for the rest. He would sleep off for unreasonable hours and would be playing the fool most of the time. Of course, one could engage in something or the other if one had time. What matters is whether whatever one is doing is actually a fruitful utilization of the time in hand. As a result, through he succeeded in building a political estate like that of a movie star. He never became as celebrated as the stars were. The only reason for his inability to achieve stardom was his mismanagement of time and improper utilization of his talent. The boy in our third story was always surrounded by unfavorable circumstances. If he wanted, he could have used this and as an excuse, could have been a capitalist and would have hidden behind them. Obviously, he had time constraint, but all was overcome by his unshaken will. He identified his problem, but he knew that no problem was without a solution. During his younger days, he had heard about addition and knew that in his testing time he too had to wash dishes in restaurants. Newton had worked as a waiter and Albert Einstein had to work as a clerk. If all the great peoples, given their constraints, could spare time for such wonderfully great invention, then why not him? Instead of waiting for some free time, he adopted a strategy to steal time bit by bit from his daily course of work. It was just like a game of cricket, which in which the batsman didn't wait for the right ball to strike a six. Instead, he picked up a runner on every ball, and as a rest, he could lead his team to victory. He understood how valuable his time was and respected every bit of it, utilizing it to the full, and time in turn repaid him for his sincerity and helped him to rise to such a structure that was difficult for people to realize that he was the same boy. My dear friend, I don't know what you must have thought about time, or if you have ever tried to understand it, but I know that I have thought about it a lot. And so the little experiences that I have gained in the past many years, I have succeeded in understanding it to some extent. Hence, with your permission, I would like to present my view regarding time. I believe that it is time that makes life enhance. Life itself is time. I wonder if you have ever come across the word Swambhu, which means which has been used many times in our scriptures. In the word Bhu symbolizes worth, while Swam symbolizes self. Hence, the word Swambhu means something which has taken birth from itself. We use the word to describe the absolute. We use this word to describe God, who has always been and always will be, the Almighty, who is the self-productive and self-sustaining. Now, let me put forward a question to you. My question is, who gave birth to time? Who was time born? How was time born? How did it come into existence at all? We were born as a result of the union of our parents. The huge mountains gave way to fine soil on corrosions. Fire is born through friction and gives us light. Oxygen is emitted by the green plants, and coal on combustion will give carbon dioxide. Hence, it stands proof that all that is in the world can be created. What about time? Are there certain elements on the combination of which time can be created in the similar fashion as hydrogen and oxygen combined to form water? The answer, alas, we can't find. Hence, it is proof that time is also born from itself and therefore is equivalent to the absolute. However, I take time to be greater than the absolute too. Our philosopher might have overlooked this supervening quality of time. May be that the reason behind creation of the world, Mahakal. Kal refers to the time, while Maha refers to the something greater. Hence, Mahakal means something greater than time. The Shivling at Ujjain has been referred to as a Mahakal. Isn't that the reason why instead of usage of a Sanskrit word for the absolute, which is Brahma, the prefix of Maha has been added to time so that it may give us an idea as to how great the Lord is. If we look into this Sikhism, we would come across the word Akal, which symbolizes something beyond time and uses time it again as a scale of reference. Nobody escapes the worth of time. Even the god and their angels have submit before it. The life of the great prophet Muhammad come to the end. Krishna was shot down by approachers. Even Jesus, being one of the most pious men of all, was purified. Similarly, the lives of the all teachers and philosophers like Gautam Buddha, Guru Nanak, and Mahavira came to an end. When asked, how would the kingdom of the Father be? Jesus replied, the kingdom of the Heavenly Fathers would be one time. I hope that by now you are able to realize the supremacy and omnipresence of time. Human being cannot but submit to the supremacy of time. Be it a layman, somebody who is awfully rich or awfully poor. Time overpowers all. Isn't then time all surpassing, omniscient and omnipotent? We cannot but respect it overpowering nature and mold ourselves accordingly. We have all heard about destiny, and some of us believe that all that we are and all that we would be in future is predetermined, but I disagree. I believe that man is the maker of his own destiny. We strive, we sweat, and we work and create our own fortune, create our own destiny, and mold it with our own hand. Even the gods came to the assistance of the people who have faith in themselves, who have a will which is a gigantic to as the ocean, who take the initiative always and make their own destiny with their own able hands. People in the Western countries, especially America and Europe, have been introduced by the mystics of yoga. We see nowadays that it is a growing strength that all workplaces, be it the corporate world or be it sport, have incorporated in their daily schedule. The practice of yoga, it is sadly in the nature of us Indians that we do not accept anything that hasn't been claimed by the West. We still look for the others to appreciate the richness of our culture and wait for them to get memorized by its mysterious before we may appreciate by it ourselves, being purchased on the reservoir of knowledge. Having developed the most scientific way of mastering the human life in each and every sphere, be it war or peace, we still need others to assure us that what we have created through the passage of time, what we have protected and cherished for generations, is actually great. Always me to just make a few more clarification before I proceed. The concept of yoga refers to sacrifice and resistance for the achievement of something which is greater than what we already have. It is through controlling oneself that one realizes one's full potential. Yoga is exercising the mind and soul and achieving human excellence. It is the innate nature of human to forever improve and forever move ahead in life, to forever change and evolve into higher states of consciousness and understanding. How can such an art which teaches one to oneself and to achieve all that he wants be confined within the realms of religion's fanaticism? The art of yoga is the inventions of mankind and belongs to the mankind irrespective of his religion and irrespective of his geographical location. We may have come across the term karma yoga, jnana yoga and bhakti yoga, which relate to perfection of work, perfection of knowledge and perfection of worship. And in the perfection that leads us to a salvation, I shall introduce you to an entirely new concept, that is Samaya Yoga, which is perfection of utilizing of time to the fullest. Samaya Yoga is the focal point where all the other forms of yoga, namely Karma Yoga, Jnana Yoga, and Bhakti Yoga, meet. It is the point of fusion of all the other forms of yoga. Therefore, if one has mastered the art of managing time, he has mastered all. Let us try to understand his concept in depth. No moment, no segment in our lives is beyond the realms of time, whether we are awake or asleep, whether we are dreaming or using our conscious mind. Nothing can be painted by our imagination or created by our dream in the absence of the canvas of time. No matter what we imagine, even in our wildest dreams and thoughts, we cannot ignore the concept of time. Without considering time, it is almost impossible for the human brain to imagine anything. So now we understood that we are always within the realm of time. Time is always present in our lives, in the smallest of our activities and in the greatest of our ambitions. If utilized judiciously, it will undoubtedly raise us to new heights, elevate us from our misery, and place us in a new spheres of success and self-discovery. Imagine yourself sitting on the banks of a flowing river. If you are sitting and watching the water flow by, you gain nothing. It is only when you use a pitcher and fill up some water for your own users that are usually actually able to utilize the water, which would otherwise flow by anyway. The more you fill up, the more water you may use. If you have understood this simple concept, then understanding the concept of time is nothing, not a piece of cake. This is just like a perennial river which is always flowing by, irrespective of whether you bathe yourself in it or stand by and watch it flow. It is not waiting for you to get your pitcher or to lift your sails, but somehow does so and makes the most of the perennial river which is perpetually flowing gains the most. So now it may be said that it is only if you utilize a particular segment of time does it truly become ours, and if we let it flow by, we gain nothing. Sama Yoga teaches us the best possible way and the most productive way by which we may utilize our time. We know that Karma Yoga teaches us the art of work and tell us about the importance of taking the initiative always. Jnana Yoga tells us how the work should be done in the best possible way. It tells us that it is not enough to plow the field and sow the seeds of our choice. If we want to reap what we have sowed, we should know what kind of soil supports which crop and in which season to harvest. That is concept behind Jnana Yoga. The third form of yoga is Bhakti Yoga, which is a form of surrender to the Almighty. This is a form of yoga in which one surrenders his being, his intellect, his ambition to the Almighty and works forever in perfection and bliss. He recognizes himself as an instrument of the Lord and gives up all the fruits of his action unto him. If we are not determined enough to achieve what we want to achieve, it is not possible to be successful. To be successful, we need to take up an idea and make that idea our life. We need to surrender ourselves, our intellect, our dreams and our being unto the ideas and leave every other ideas alone. When we feel this idea in every muscles and every cells of our body, when we feel it rushing through our veins, and when we feed our mind on the ideas always, all obstacles are overcome and entire universe unites to give up what we want. Working with intensity is the latest concept and also the most ancient one. We are not looking for hours of slogging, but we are actually looking for an quality work. And as we all know, quality and intensity go hand in hand we have heard of the greatest people in history, the people who have changed the course of humanity. The story of the lives of these few people actually constitute our history. In their lifetime, they lived in the life of entire human race and forever changed its course. What was the element of difference in these people? It was intensity in the work and vitality in their action. Thus, Bhakti Yoga tells us that increasing intensity will reduce the time taken to complete a piece of work. Samaya Yoga is a combination of all these forms of yoga mentioned above. It is a practice which unites all the other practices and gets the best from them. So, if we have mastered this art of managing time, we have mastered it all. How fascinating is this? How very amazing. My friends, I am confident that if you are able to understand the nature of time now, its relevance and indispensability and honesty, try to implement whatever this book has to teach you. Success and happiness could come knocking at your doorstep. Let us all be Samaya Yogis in the truest sense of the term. Let us manage our time so effectively and with such efficiency that we may achieve whatever we dream of. Let us realize at this point that for us everything is possible. We are splendid creatures bonding with potential and possibilities. All the success, all the glory, all the happiness and all the wealth and well-being in the world can be achieved by us in this life only if we learn and master the art of managing time. Let me give you a few examples regarding how proper management of time is one of the essential ingredients which lead to success. For instance, let us take the case of Thomas Alva Edison. If we ever come across his biography, we would realize how managing one's time and utilizing the time in hand to the fullest can lead to life-changing achievements. Edison was like an average boy of his age, only that his intellect was supposedly lower. When he packed his bags and came to Detroit, he wondered how could utilize his time effectively. He used to bring along with him vegetables and greens, which he would carry in a train and sell them of the little profits in the city. When he returned from his work every day, he often enjoyed a few hours of free time. Even while traveling the train, he had a little to do. Hence, he began to wonder how to put his ideal time to proper use. He joined a club in Detroit so that he could have access to the books there and hence his knowledge. Furthermore, he joined in as a paper boy in the railway company and began to sell newspapers during his journey in the train. Not only did he sell newspapers from which he could earn, he also became entitled to get a free pass for traveling in the train. But now the problem was that he could only sell newspapers when the train would stop at the station. Then how was he utilized his time in the train? When it was on the run, what he did was, in the time he had between two stations, he began experimenting and tried to invest new devices. Don't you think that Edison utilized his time in the best possible way? And thanks to the equality, he was able to invest such wonderful things and rise to such heights. By the time he died at the age of 84 in the year of 1931, there were more than 1500 patents against his name in America and abroad. Can you come up with the name of any other scientist who has these many patents against his name? I don't think that is even worth trying, as there none. At the age of 25, Alexander Graham Bell took up the principalship of a school of the deaf in Boston. Utilizing his ideal time, he experienced with the harmonic telegraph and continuing with his efforts succeeded in investing in the first telephone. All of us have heard about the Wilbur Wright and Orville Wright, the famous Wright brothers, to whom mankind owns the first flight. When they got bored of selling bicycles, they began to manufacture them and co-founded the Wright Cycle Company. In their ideal time, they would engage themselves in the study of literature pertaining to aeronautics. As a result, within a few years, they were able to invest the first aeroplane. It is this invention which saves the time of millions today and was revolutionized modern transport. Coming back to the stories I had narrated to you this beginning to this chapter, the boy in our story was Sirish Sinha, who begins in nobody, rose to achieve a lot more than was expected from him. The boy in the second story was Jitendra Singh, who could have been seen one of the best in the world in his field, but eventually confirmed his talent to be a limited area. The third boy, who was faced by different obstacles and testing times to rose up to achieve great heights. These three stories prove an essential point here, that is, many a time average people with no extraordinary talents rise to much higher spheres in life than two talented people ever would, provided that they learn how to manage their time.
Chapter number 2. What is time management? We all are confronted by time constraints in our lives. If we go a bit deeper, we find that time is present everywhere. Nothing is without relevance to time. It is omnipresent. A person's lifetime can be defined as the span of time spent by him on this planet. Whatever we may become in the future, be it a lawyer, an administrator, an entrepreneur, a doctor, or an engineer, depends on how we mold ourselves according to time and circumstances. Hence, we realize that whatever there is has been shaped by time, and whatever there will be would be determined by time. If time in nature is so supreme and absolute, then imagine how managing time properly could empower you. Of course, it is not an easy task at all, but this is where this book would come to your aid. Utilizing one's time judiciously may seem to be one of the toughest things to do, and it is. But when we think of the reward and the fruits it would bear, the way it would transform our lives and places us in a new dimension of success, happiness and fulfillment, we realize that it's totally worth the effort. If you agree with me on the point that the life of a human being may be defined as the span of time spent by him on the planet, you would also agree that if we judiciously manage our time and put it to proper uses, we would make the most of our lives, mold it in any way we want to with our able hands and achieve anything we dream of. What I believe is, since we all love our life, we should also learn to love the time we have at hand, because after all, it is these minutes, moment of time, these little seconds that we waste here and there, which turn into minutes and then hours, which form the building blocks of a person's life. The life of a person is but the gross effect of the time utilized and wasted by him. And there is no way that a person who is not mindful about his time can live his life to the full. Let me now define the concept of management of time. In very simple words, doing what one is supposed to do at a given point of time is the proper management of time. The definition is not hard at all to grasp for students who are capable of mugging up Einstein's theories and Newton's law and flawlessly writing them down in their examinations. Management of time, as many of us might believe, does not mean that if our purpose is to study, we try to spend most of our time studying. Studying too much and slogging for long hours is not management of time. Neither is working excessively with complete obsessions is not physically and mentally possible for a person to work in such a way for a long period of time, and if he does, he is sure to develop mental as well as physical disorders. The management of time is not just about being obsessed with one thing, keeping the rest aside. It's about giving everything its due to importance. Without understanding this concept, it is not possible for anyone to manage time. So we gather according to the definition put forward by me that a person should sleep when he is supposed to sleep. When he is supposed to eat, he should eat. When he is supposed to work out physically, he should to do so. He should spend time with his loved ones when he needs to, and still he would have been enough time left to not only complete his work but also excel in it. But this in practice rarely happens. We consider eating to be a waste of time and hurry through it. We play or work out when we need to study, and when we need to freshen ourselves by exercising, we think that it would be waste of time. When we are spending time with our friends and loved ones, we feel that we need to complete our work, and when we are working, our minds is in the multiplex deciding which movie to watch. The entire system gets messed up. Here we find that we aren't doing what we are supposed to do in the given time slot, in the contradictions to our definition of time management. In this way, whatever we are in a certain place, engaged in a certain activity, our mind is not present there, and it is a forever our desire to be present place. As a result, we cannot put our heart and soul into the work at hand, and when we undertake any task half-heartedly, be it work or play, we do not do justice to it, and as a result waste our time. No matter how many hours we spend on it, wherever our mind is, if we have 2 hours to study, and when we sit down to study, our mind is elsewhere. We are not able to grasp the text at all. If we are sitting in a classroom and the teacher is lecturing us on a particular subject and we are not mentally present, any question put forward by the teacher between the lecture would bewilder us. If we are viewing an object and a beautiful piece of art, for instance, and we are thinking of something else, we are not able to recollect afterwards what we saw. Consider this example. You shouldn't feel anything if you just hold a pen, but what if you are told the same pen was used by Mahatma Gandhi while signing the Treaty of Withdrawal of the Non-Cooperation Movement? You should feel a curious of thrill and excitement running down your body. What are all these but games played on us by our mind? Wherever mind is, we are. Whatever it thinks and believes, we believe, and whatever it desires and cherishes, we chase. The problem here with us is that in most of the places we are physically present, but mentally we are not into our work. As a result, our attention always stands divided. How can we expect to perform and excel in any task with divided attentions? The difference between man and beast is the power with the beast is it can concentrate. Men will greater concentration and focus. Stones, mountains, bridges, the birds had leave a mark of change when they go, while men with no focus and no power to concentrate and to manage their time live and die like grass. Coming to the conclusion of our discussion now, your time management skills are not proportional to the numbers of hours you slog, and neither is your success. It's all about how vigorously and how intensively you do what you do. It's about how much you absorb the lessons being taught. Consider a person who can comprehend and memorize 10 pages in 2 hours. Now consider another guy who can comprehend only 5 pages in 2 hours. Consider again a guy who can complete an entire chapter in 2 hours. Now, how we figure out that how much should each person study? Could the same advice be given to all of them? Certainly not. The difference lies in the abilities. Considering that you are a student, your primary goal would be to absorb as much knowledge as you can. Do notice that I have used the phrase absorption of knowledge, not study. We all study in our own way, be it our books or the environment we live in. But if we do not absorb the knowledge thus gained and understood the reason behind why we are doing what we are told to do, we would always stand at a loss. Your goal would also be to develop a vigorous youth in every dimension. These are, of course, your primary goals as a student, but not the only goals. Trust me, my friend, it is a brave new world out there which doesn't hesitate to speak up and not afraid of taking risks anymore. Time have changed and India above all have changed. There is no room for a person who is forever into his books anywhere, neither in the corporate world nor in the any independent profession. To survive and succeed in the world today, you need to develop multidimensionally. A person who thinks that co-circular activities, spending time with other people, gaining all knowledge of information from every source, broadening one's mental horizons, laughing, playing, spending time with loved ones is a waste of time. I will be quite blunt and would tell him on his face that he is living in a fool's paradise. That he is staying in a bubble that is soon to burst. Always remember that an essential part of success is adaptability and lackability, no matter how much you slog. If you are not adaptable and lackable, you do not realize your true potential. Confident youth with convictions and vitality, you are required who can think for themselves and believe in what they think. Coming to health now, our body is a certain of nature and should be taken care of. We have all heard the saying, the only a healthy body may harbor a healthy mind. Believe me, it's one of the truest saying I have ever heard. How can you do justice to academics if your body is unhealthy, to your mind is tensed? We all want to be successful, but true success is a physical, mental, emotional, and professional success. Success is the combination of all these elements, and even if one of them is missing, success is the only partial. Our body is like a perfect vessel, which would see us to other end of the ocean. If the vessel spring a leak, then we drown midway. What I require you to understand is that you need to strike a perfect balance between your various necessities in the same manner as in which a Russian acrobat balances himself on the edge of a rope, holding fast to his staff. Even Einstein could do it, then why not you? After the death of Einstein's wife in the year 1936, his sisters come to stay with him to look after the household chores. In the 1950s, his sister suffered a serious attack and went into coma. After this sad incident, every afternoon Einstein would sit with her for 2 hours and read out letter loudly to her. Though there was no response from her side, he believed that a part of her brain was still alive, and by taking care of her is the way he showed how much he cared. If a person as great as Einstein can strike a balance between his responsibility and his work, then why not you? This kind of a balance always increases the time we have to our disposals. Chapter number 3, Distribution of Time. One of the most common questions that I am asked very often by students from all age groups, which would certainly be on someone else's mind right now, if not yours, is that how long and how many hours should we study? And another question why is asked equally often is, for how long should we sleep? Though I have some across this question quite often, one question I don't remember being asked by a student is, for how long should we play? What I gather from this experience is that no student has any confusion regarding the amount of time he should spend playing. Either they already spend time playing as they should, or they never venture out of play at all. Leaving this aside for the time being, I shall move ahead to share with the three main concerns of our students regarding time. How many hours should we spend studying? How for how many hours should we sleep, and after studying a few days in a routine, we get bored. How do we deal with that? Through these are three different questions, they all have a single answer. Let us see how. All of us, including students, should divide our time in three parts, which are time we spend doing our daily works, time we spend doing our primary task, and ideal time. Now let's just understand this concept in detail. Time we spend doing our daily work. To maintain our body and physical vitality, we need to perform certain activities and regularity. Performing these activities regularly ensures our physical well-being, and without them, our entire system is disrupted. Only a person who ensures his own well-being and takes care himself and his body can take care of others. That's the reason why we need to take care of our body, which harbors our mind and soul. If we do not ensure the health and well-being of our bodies, then all of our efforts would be futile. We need to keep our bodies in proper shape and in the best of health. The importance of this we would understand if we ask an unhealthy man who is always a victim of some disease or the other, or a person who is physically challenged. Our body has a few necessities which on no amount can be overlooked. It needs proper food, fresh and healthy food, rich in vitamin and minerals, which would ensure its proper functioning. It needs proper sleep so that the different muscles group may relax and the various process of repairing the wear and tear of muscles and the replacement of cells may take place. It needs proper exercise and work out to keep it fit and active always. What I have seen through my experience is that most of the people, especially students, do not care about all these things at all, or in a certain cases they are obsessed with it, and caring about their physical well-being is all that they do, both of which are not advisable. Normally it is advised that in day of 24 hours, one third, that is 8 to 9 hours, should be devoted to activities which relate to the primary maintenance of the body, including sleep. My assumption is, provided that we are not suffering from insomnia, we all sleep a bit more than required. The problem with most of us is not insufficient sleep, but sleeping in excess. Let's try to understand and address the problem now. Why do we always feel sleepy? Sleep is a vital requirement of our body, and on no account can we compromise on it. Researchers have proven that sleep is mandatory for the proper functioning of the body and mind. Lack of sleep affects the body adversely and also affects the memory of a person. If we do not sleep for 2 days at a stretch, we feel unless dizzy and the clarity in our thinking process is lost. What I believe is that in the same way as with insomnia is a cyclic disorder, excessive sleep is also a cyclic disorder which has risen from the irregularity of our schedule. Through this day on, one finds cases of many lifestyle oriented and cyclic disorder. The disorder related to sleep is primarily psychological, where excessive tension, worry and pressure cause a lack of sleep. Excessive relaxations, carefree attitude and lack of purpose cause excessive sleep. Physicians and psychologists believe that on an average, a person requires 6 hours of sleep every day. This isn't just approximation in which an hour may be added or subtracted according to the psychological and physical requirement of a person. For example, Mahatma Gandhi used to sleep only for 4 hours. Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam sleep for 3.5 to 4 hours. It is said that nobody ever found out when Einstein slept. All these people used to sleep less, not because they had sleeping disorder, but because they knew that a lot depends on them and they had a lot to achieve. To make out time to go that extra mile, they reduced their hours spent sleeping. All of these people mentioned above used to do rigorous mental work, which was in no way easy, and with This little sleep, they successful managed to accomplish their goal. The point to be noticed here is that they never were these people victim of any psychological or major physical disorder due to lack of sleep. They all lived and still live a long and healthy life. The most important conclusion derived out of this discussion would be that sleep is primarily of two types: biological sleep and psychological sleep. People who work rigorous throughout the day, be it mental work or physical work, seldom complain of sleep disorder. Getting exhausted after the day's work, they fall into proper and deep slumber. In the same manner in which, when we are deprived of food for a long time, we can eat much more than our actual capacity, and even our taste buds become more active. A person who works diligently throughout the day has a peaceful and undistributed sleep. People who work in the fashion, when they require more sleep, their intensity is increased rather than the hour. The point to be understood here is that the deeper on sleep, the lesser hours of sleep are required by him. Most of the people do not understand this. They do not work as hard as they should throughout the day. They even sleep off at times during the day and then complain of sleepless night. Since everybody is sleeping, they also sleep. They are able to sleep for a few hours or so, but it is not the same as the deep slumbers they would enjoy after day's work. As a result, even though they have slept, they still feel sleepy throughout the day. The phenomenon continues for days, then weeks and months till it becomes a habit. They are unable to sleep properly in the night, and when they work up, they are still drowsy and lethargic. As I said earlier, the first kind of slumbers is biological. Both physicians and psychologists agree on the point that physically, on an average, a human being needs 6 hours of sleep per day. But still, if one is feeling drowsy and lethargic after that, it is only mean that the slumber hasn't been deep enough, or in some cases the person may be suffering from some titular psychological disorder. To be honest, our body does not require more than 6 to 7 hours of sleep in a day. If we are sleeping in excess, it is not because of our physical exhaustion, it becomes our mental or psychological reason, which vary from person to person. I believe that there are some specific psychological reasons to this problem. The primary one being lack of interest in the work at hand. We do not work not out of choice but out of compulsions, and whenever we send our brain the signal of disinterest, it becomes less responsible and inactive. As a result, we feel sleepy. If we give it stimulus of interest in the same manner in which if we pour some water to the roots of a plant which has almost died due to the heat, it is re-energized and revitalized. Our brain too springs back to life. Your lethargy and desires to sleep give way to vigorous. Consider this example. If you go off to sleep at 11 in the night and you have in mind that you have to get up and 5 in the morning to study, you are not able to wake up. This is so because you find your studies very boring, and to you all the effort is getting up this early does not seem worth it. Now consider that you are a football fan and love to play the game. Imagine further that you have joined the local football club and you need to wake up at 5 in the morning for the big game. You are up at about by 4:30, all dressed and teeming with excitement, looking forward to the game. Why do we think that we have in such a way? After all, we are still the same individual with the same body and mind. Who thought that he needs slumbers more than anything else? Who must have guessed the answer? I remember an incident in which a student came up to me with a question. He told me that when he was in the class 10, he would get up early in the morning at 4 and study every day. And throughout the day, he wouldn't feel sleepy and would be quite normal and energetic.
then why he wanted to know would he not wake up and before 7 nowadays that he was in class 11, he would wake up early day at 7 now and still feel lethargic and sleepy throughout the day. Why was it so? I answered, you must have lost your interest in study now, to which he did not agree. His score fell down way below what he had scored the previous year. What I believed was that it was not because he couldn't wake up early in the mornings that his score fell so low. It was because he had lost interest in his studies and couldn't score well. It had just been 15 days since we had this conversation that he come up to me and told me that he was changing his stream from science to humanities. It was clear to me and to him now that he had not have interest in the matter of science. Till class 10 he had an easy going to there were no choices and one had to study all the subjects. Now the going was getting tougher for him as he has choice to make, and when he chose a stream which did not suit his interest, he began to feel sleepy and couldn't wake up early to commence his studies. Trust me that a person feels sleepy only when he knows what he would have to do on waking up. Do not think that would interest him. If he is able to change this situation, he wouldn't feel lethargic at all. All efforts are futile without a healthy body. I don't know what I would get for an answer if I ask you the question that how many hours do you keep aside everybody to look after your body and maintain it? From some I wouldn't get any an answer to at all, which is indeed sad. Whatever we are able to achieve in this life, whatever task we undertake and complete, it's all because our will and enthusiasm is supported by a healthy body. Our body is a unique instrument provided to us by nature, which not only affects our lives by its state of health, but also live of the people who are close to us, live of people in the society, and finally live of the people in the nation. Unhealthy individuals give rise to an unhealthy nation. Therefore, a healthy body not only gives rise to the healthy individuals, but is also the cornerstone of a healthy nation. I would like you to take care of your health and devote some time to your body every day. Holding fast to this idea, there is a very famous saying in Arabic: a person who has health has hope, and a person who has hope has everything. This has been understood and practiced by all great men. I have seen with my own eyes Nelson Mandela, the great leader from South Africa, bricks walking through the corridors of the Rashtrapati Bhavan in the year 1996 as he couldn't go out of his walk due to the rain. Former President of Dr. Shankar Dayal Sharma used to go for walk in the morning as well as evening despite of a pain in his leg. Gandhiji called it the queen of exercise and used to go for a walk himself daily. A long life does not guarantee success, neither is it necessary for being successful. However, a healthy and long life doesn't increase our odds to succeed. Politicians, writers, and artists are most successful after the age of 60, provided that they maintain a healthy body. If Mahatma Gandhi was not blessed with a long life of 79 years, would be able to fight for the nation cause for so long and able to assert with his own hand the freedom of India. In this way, if a person ignores the health, he is not only wasting his present but also creating obstacles for his future. What we conclude from our discussion that you should stay healthy and active and develop your immunity against diseases. If you do so, you would not fall ill very often and would not be deviated from your goal on the ground of ill health. To develop a physical well-being of this kind, it is mandatory that you devote a few hours every day to exercising and working out. If you can spare just 1 hour every day for these activities, which would help you to maintain your body and improve your health, It would energize you immensely and at the same time develop your immune system immensely so that your body may resist all diseases and illness. 1 hours invested in your health every day on an average would return to your 4 extra hours daily, which according to me a worthwhile investment. Every little effort is worthwhile. Apart from the time spent sleeping and the time devoted by us to take care of our health, every day we need to undertake a few small tasks that are inseparable part of our daily routine. These include taking a bath, eating, pursuing or hobbies, etc. These activities are not irrelevant at all, are an integral part of our lives. We should develop a habit to do all these things efficiently and their proper time, no matter how small a chore they may seem to be. We would never regard them as useless and give them their due importance. We should never procrastinate doing all these things. Do them with full intent. Mostly what I have seen is that students regard the time spent having their meals to be total waste and often hurry through it unless of course they are in a restaurant in somebody's company. The reason behind this is that when one is having meals at home, one thinks that it is an utter waste of time and the faster one finishes it, the better. Whereas as in restaurant one enjoy himself. What we need to understand is that no work by itself of less importance or relevance and no work is of great importance. It is the person who is working and the way he works that determines how great the work is. In this way, no work is unimportant. This is why whatever task we come across in our everyday life, no matter how small or unimportant they may seem, it would be undertaken with utmost attention and involvement. If you try to follow this principle, you would find that in a matter of few days, you would be able to undertake these chores with much more efficiency and they would take less of your time. One has to do what it has to do. It cannot be neglected. Planning your daily schedule. We all have heard and read about dreams and the many purposes in they solve. Many of us have even had the opportunity to visit a few of them, but I doubt if you having ever noticed or read about the piece of land and that surrounds the reservoirs of a dam. The land which surrounds the reservoirs is generally marshy, and if we dig into it, in no time we reach the water table. This phenomenon is a bit intriguing as the land in the same regions which would be just a few meters from the marsh is absolutely dry, and on digging it, we would find that the water table is reached by digging quite deep under the ground. If we try to reason this phenomenon, we reach a dead end as there are no cracks in the dam so that the water may seep away. If you give it a bit more thought, you would realize why I picked up this particular topic at all. The water seeped away from the reservoir of the dam in the same fashion as in the which time slips away from our fist. Through there are no imperfections in a dam, but it is not divided of course, and not are we. We never can or nor are able to figure out how our time flies by hand. It slips from our fists like a clutch of sand from the break of dawn till the end of the day, when we finally shut our eyes awaiting the sweet slumber. But if we want to succeed at all in the art of time management and henceforth in our circular and professional life, monitoring our time and the ways we spend it is a needed imperative. We would discuss this in detail in the forthcoming chapter. For now, it would be sufficient to know that the only thing that is responsible for the phenomenon and which can be molded and changed in our daily schedule, the way we approach our daily chores, our attitude towards our work, and the way we arrange our priorities, and nothing but the many pores through which time slips away from our vast daily reserve. We'll leave the discussion on this point for this time. We can move on the other important topic. Broaden your horizons. All those thoughts, those feelings, those activities which are triggered by the fuel of selfishness, jealousy, hatred, and revenge, which are trivial in nature, hinder the processes of our evolution. If any work is done with these feelings and motives behind it would narrow our thinking and pollute our emotions. These feelings force us to do the lewdest of activities, which is forever work against our development. If these feelings are predominant in our minds, they sap away the warmth of our heart and turns us into cold and unfeeling beings. Before achieving our success, we should be clear in our minds as to what success means to us. Whatever we achieve shall perish, our struggle shall be forgotten, but one thing that would remain with us forever, which we would bear in our souls throughout our lives and the lifetime to come, is the lessons learned and the experiences gained in the journey to success, which is forever more important than the end. Contradictory to this, when we feel love in our hearts, respect all living beings, and complete with none but ourselves to forever improve and prosper, pleasing the same for our fellow beings, we achieve the highest. In this way, broaden our horizons of both thoughts and action. You might think that at this point I have deviated a bit from my purpose of writing this book and the scenario of time management, but trust me, if this hadn't been important, I wouldn't have brought this topic up at all. After all, I am the ones talking in detail about time management. Why in the world would I take your time if all this haven't integral to the process as why in the world would I take your time if all this was not integral to the process? As you read on and as you start applying the techniques suggested in this book, you would understand why I emphasize on these things which may seem irrelevant to you now. Above all, it is very important that we feel good about ourselves. We all are splendid creatures, blessed with eternal intellect and knowledge. It is just for us to discover it. It is when we will love ourselves, love our work, and the way we work, that the mind finds peace and the body resonates with some vibrations. How blessed we are that we are on this beautiful planet where everything is possible, nothing is beyond our capabilities. We are eternal beings having our own individuality and differences, but at the same time sharing a life of harmony and joy. Every day when you wake up in the morning, consider yourself blessed that you are given this beautiful day, which would be loaded with opportunity for you. Feel the joy with which the sun shimmers, the world cheers, and the flowers blossom. It is when we enliven ourselves with such eternal happiness that whatever we desire, whatever we want come on our way. When we fall in love with ourselves, everything seems brighter, everything seems to be new, and all goals seems achievable. We start paying more attention to our work and get better engrossed in it. As a result of being happy, we attract more and more things into our lives which make us happy. We attract more and more opportunities that would make us successful. Whatever task you undertake, you do it better than you ever did before. The only reason why this happens is that now your mind is working is harmoniously with your body. A happy mind is never fatigued. It is a forever sharp and responsible. On the contrary, an unhappy mind is forever dull, looking for excuses so that it doesn't have to exert itself. Where a happy mind sets us free, alleviates us, and makes us a success, and an unhappy mind forever pulls us down and keeps us away from success. The good news is whatever to be happy by thinking about all which is positive, or be unhappy by forever looking for flaws and shortcomings, is our own choice. Harmony with nature.
Nature is the creator of everything that was, everything that is, and everything that would be. Nature symbolizes power and efficiency. Nature works effortlessly with complete perfection and diligence. Nature is very cause behind the creation of human being, and it created us in such a way that we would fit into a genetic plan. In the same way as it designed the camel to traverse the mighty dunes and gave it a hum so that it may be store water to survive the extreme desert conditions, the way in which it designed the Arctic fox and the reindeers so that they may have thick food to cover their bodies in the harsh winters. It created us human perfectly designed to survive and evolve and fit into a genetic plan for the universe. So this principle is very simple and direct. The more we align ourselves with nature, the more successful we would be. Nature molds and shapes everything, be it a landscape or the things being according to its own will, according to what would suits them best. If we are out of alignment with nature, it would work against us, and if we align ourselves with it, it would work with us and every step and bringing physical and mental peace to us. If we try to find out what all activities there are in our lives that are out of alignment, we would find it hard to identify any. The reason behind it is, as we have been practicing those activities for so long, they have been taken the form of habit and we don't find them unnatural anymore. Let me now direct your attention to some of these activities. The sun is not only the symbol of light, but also the source of all energy the world has known till date. Its majestic presence in the sky corresponds to the energy in our bodies and minds. As the sun rises every day, its energy is the source of all that we call life. As it sets, darkness is unshared upon an exhausted and sleepy earth. Whatever activities we undertake, whatever they are, small or big in nature, they all require energy. Hence, it would be forever in our interest that we complete a major portion of our daily work during the day. It is not that we are not capable of working deep into the night, but if we try doing so regularly for a few years, we are sure to develop mental, physical, and psychological disorder. In my life, I have come across many students who study late night. I have seen them studying till 2 or 3 in the night and then wake up at 10 or 11 in the morning. It is very common a practice these days. In fact, I couldn't be surprised if you are only one of the students practicing it. Through it might have turned into a habit and staying awake late at night is no longer a challenge to you. It is not advisable from the point of view of time management. When we sit down to study at night, our mind is already exhausted and full of the lesson learned and the activities conducted throughout the day. When we sit down to study with an exhausted mind, our study is not effective. On the contrary, if we go up to sleep early and wake up early, we could find that the efficiency of our mind, its grasping power and power to memorize has increased manifold. According to some experiments conducted by me in my own student's life, when the mind wakes up fresh from a good night's sleep, a chapter that would otherwise take 3 to 4 hours can be completed within 2 hours. The difference between a tired mind at the end of the day and fresh mind is the same as the freshness of a flower. We drop our dew early in the morning and the freshness it retains till late in the evening. Another example is when after a long day of hard work, we just jump into our beds and fall asleep. Many times not even changing into our night robes. In my life, I have seen extreme cases where people sleep even with their shoes on in the winter. It is possible to have an undistributed and deep sleep if one believes this way. Certainly not. You might be sleeping for the prescribed numbers of hours, but as your sleep is not as deep or undistributed as it could be. You do not feel fresh when you wake up. Swimming against the tide may be considered to be heroic, but it is not wise or sensible.
to do so. It is only at some point of time in our life that we need to summon our courage and perform heroic acts. But using our rationality is not something that we can trade off. Sunning dependence. One good thing about students being in a hostel is that they learn to be a self-dependent. When they are left to fend themselves, they learn the most. Unlike people who just stay at home and study depending on their parents for every requirement, they learn to do everything that is important to them by themselves, which is indeed commendable from the point of view of time management. We as human beings need to constantly grow and develop. A little plant which is forever overshadowed by a huge tree never grows into a tree itself. It is when we stand in a world of opposition all by ourselves, taking the blows head on, when we are scorched by the sun, drenched by the rain and schooled by the winter, when we stand in the middle of the machinery of the world that will learn its secrets and evolve. When we are dependent on others for all the small things in life, our time and all utilization is also dependent on them. It is like giving away the power of controlling yourself and your time to someone else. I couldn't take a bath because my mother did not switch on the geyser for me. I couldn't study because my dad forgot to purchase a book. I had told him to. I was late as the laundry boy didn't come on time with my clothes. These are but a few examples that many of use as an excuse for not doing what would have been done. We are arguing with using these examples as our reasons, which is absurd. There is a phrase which I had read as a long man and had served my purpose all my life. It is going to be, it's up to me. Cease to be dependent on anyone for anything. It is your life and you are the sole person in control. Why let anyone else determine your success or failure? Simplicity. Many of us do not like the idea of simplicity, but let me tell you that simplicity is very integral to the process of time management. Simplicity is being oneself, it is known oneself and being devoid by any complexity. It is about being simple and straightforward, saying what we believe in and believing in what we say. It is the nature tendency of all human beings to assert and strive for what they want and hold dear, to assert and propagate what they believe to be true. It is only when we interfere with this nature desire that we give rise to complexity of character, which is a major hindrance to success and fulfillment. Limitation. Following the flock as to how to dress up, what a profession to choose as a career, the way of talking, these all are factors which take us away from ourselves and cause of a serious case of mistaken identity, which forbids us from knowing our true selves. Our first step towards calculating the virtue of simplicity would be to know what we actually are, to let go of all the mind blendings, to groom ourselves as much as required, neither less nor more, to curb imitation and work towards what we truly feel, to dress up so that we may be comfortable both physically and mentally in what we wear. As far as dressing up is concerned, it totally depends on one's professions or the profession on aspires to be in. An entrepreneur dresses up differently from a sportsman. Their attire suits their professional needs. Average people low in ambition and low in convention. After talking about the trained to follow what the successful people wear, while people who are successful set the trend unknowingly, it is for us to decide whether we want to follow the flock or we trend setters ourselves. And believe me, the following things that can be called trendy is what is comfortable and suited to one's requirement. If you are a girl, you would agree that wearing heels every day is highly uncomfortable. Not only does it reduce the pace with which you walk, wearing them regularly can also cause several back aches, but still people wear them, justifying that the trend of their time. wearing high heels is not in itself a bad thing, but before you wear them, you need to ask yourself, is that what makes you feel most comfortable physically and mentally? If yes, then go ahead. The time which is lost in the creation of the image which is totally alien to what we actually are is enormous. Fashion is a rebellion against what is old, and us hearing in what is new. And rebellion is a very positive thing, provided that is not with our own actual self. If we rebel against our own inner self, we work against our own progress. What we wear, how we look, the way we talk, the way we address people should be determined by the spirit of self assertion, not imitation. Consider this example. Albert Einstein was one of the most evolved human being the world had ever known. The way he worked was like an ascetic. He did not care till what length his hair grew. He did not care if he wore socks of different colors or fasten up a tie around his waist. If he couldn't find a belt, he understood the value of time and had no time even to get a haircut. This is one of the extreme cases. I personally do not advise these activities to students, but however, my point here is to explain on my personal visit to certain colleges which are among the best in the country. I have seen students pretending to be an intellectual by growing their hair long like that of Einstein. Now you see for yourselves how badly they are missing the point. They are doing exactly the same thing that Einstein refused to waste time on. The phrase I have coined for such students is just pseudo intellectuals. If you aspire to make music, become a rock star, then your music should have a substance. Music is what resonates with your soul. It is what is in your blood, not in the length of your hair or numbers of tattoos you have across your body. The world of universities today is full of wannabes, but nobody wants to be himself. Einstein was a trench seater, and he set the trend through his work, through his intellect and his marvelous discoveries. Unknowingly, the rest are people who but follow the flock. The simpler your life is, the more it is divided of complexities, the more you stand to gain, not only as far as management of time is concerned, but also professionally. We are not all Einsteins, but we are special in our own way, and preserving this individuality and this simplicity of our characters is what I emphasize upon. Being organized. It is good to be busy and always be engaged in some work or the other, and most people are. But what I have found is that most people are not busy because they are utilizing their time to do something which is constructive. They are busy because they are disorganized. I don't know in which category you would fall, but it is forever in your interest to ask yourself this question and ascertain whatever you are busy because you are engaged in a constructive piece of work, or you are busy just because you had been careless and disorganized earlier. Often I have seen people being careless and not keeping things in their proper places, and when they are unable to find things, they sing and shout at others. Doing this, they not only waste their own time by pretending to be busy, but also the time of others. For examples, I have seen people keep things whatever they please according to their convenience, and later looking around for them everywhere and wasting time on it. I have seen students giving their notebooks and pens wherever they please. I have seen them moving their shoes wherever they want and littering about their houses. I have seen people applying for a duplicate passbook from a bank 2 months after having opened their account. These are but a few examples. Most of the people appear to be busy because they are not organized, living in a place which is disarray. Not keeping things in their proper places is a very bad habit. Physical arrangement of things represent the arrangement of a person's thoughts. A person who is calm, who is focused, who would always keep these things arranged in their proper places. On the contrary, a person who is forever in confusion, whose thoughts are always messed up and contradict each other would always lives in a place which is in disarray. Keeping things in these proper places are not only saves our time but also help us to be organized in our work, which leads to a psychological organization of thoughts and development of conventional in thoughts. The irony is that since most people have gotten so acclimated to the habit that they do not even realize that they are disorganized. Anyway, now that you know, I would advise you to take steps towards organizing your stuff and thereby organize your thoughts and life. Start keeping things in their appropriate places. Keep the books on yourself. Maintain a file for all important documents. Make it a habit to jot down in a diary all that is important and you need to remember. Keep the things back from where you remove them. Just start up with these simple steps and within a month or so you would find a completely different and organized you with ample time to your disposal. Working in the best possible way. There are numerous ways of doing a piece of work. The way in which we do our everyday work and complete our task, it is not necessarily the best of our most effective way, as I have discussed earlier. As a human being, our intellect and our ability to reason are the only qualities which have seen us through these thousands of years of survival and evolution. We need to apply the same today when it comes to work. In most cases, the way in which we work is either adopted by seeing somebody's working in a similar fashion or just following what have been practiced for ages. Here we need to apply our intellect and ask ourselves the question that if there is a better and a more effective way of doing the job. If there is, then why follow custom? The more effective way of doing our work is, the more time and energy we save. It is for us to find out best possible way of doing things which would be different according to the needs of different individuals. There are many different ways a task can be completed, but doing it in the most effective and the least time consuming and the effective way of what would be in our best intellect. The Hare and the Tortoise. You must have read the story about the hare and the tortoise. When you were in middle school, in the story, as we all know, the turtle wins not because it was the faster one, but because this pace of consistent throughout the race. The hare, on the other hand, having more speed and agility, becomes relaxed and discontinued his pace to take a nap. This often happens in real life. People who knew that they are the hare often slow down as they feel that they would be able to cover up later. But due to this misconception, they often stand to lose. The concept is about being consistent. Even if you are the hare and you are not consistent in your effort, you would lag behind. The turtle, through the slower one, was consistent in his efforts and therefore won the race. And people who possess both a good pace and are consistent in their effort are easily the winners always. One thing we should keep in our mind regarding the pace of our work is that if we are not able to increase our pace of work to the desired degree, then we discovered at least see to it that our pace doesn't fall below what we currently have. The second thing integral to this is that we should forever look for new way and means to increase our pace. Solutions are always there, waiting to be found. No matter how grave the problems may seem to be, it is only when we don't strive sufficiently to solve our problems and give up midway that we fail. It's all about working smart. Working hard is very important and is indispensable to success in any field. But it is not the only quality that would see us through. Working smart, looking for new ways and means to do the same piece of work is what differentiates champions from winners. If we have a car, then why walk the 8-mile trip? Science has increased the pace with which we work many folds
For instance, these days many doesn't need to go to the library as all information he want is available on internet. If we know how to use it properly, we have it all and pace with which work multiplies. Now I am about to share with you a few principles regarding the pace with which we work, which you might find interesting. The first is the principle of flow. Let me explain this to you using an appropriate example. Consider that there is a river with a volume of 1 lakh liter flowing at the rate 10 kilometers an hour. Under these prescribed circumstances, the river would be able to carry away load of 1000 kilogram. According to the principle, if we increase the quantity of water following the river, the amount of load could carry increasing in the same proportion. If the amount of water is following the river is doubled and the speed with which is not following is maintained, it is capable of carrying away 2000 kg of weight. Now, considering a case in which we are unable to increase the amount of following water in the river, but we increase the speed with which the water is following by 10 km per hour. Now the speed of the following river is 20 km per hour with the same volume of water as before. Can we make a wild guess as to how many kilograms weight would be able to carry along with it? Would it double? Would it increase 3 times or 10 times or 50 times? In all cases, your answer would be wrong. The ability of the river to carry the load would be increased 64 times if the speed with which the water is flowing is doubled. This principle of flow tells us that if we increase our speed, we may increase our abilities many folds. This is the reason why I am not able to give an appropriate answer to the particular question that the students from all the country have asked me many times, and the question is that how long they should study every day. What we have to realize is that the question is not about increasing the volume of water which is following the river. The question is about increasing the pace of our work so that we complete large chunks of work in the little time and with much more intensity. The second thing is to be kept in mind here is that no principle is applicable as it is in practical life. It is the same as no mathematical formula or derivation if applicable in its absolute form in real life. For example, if I tell you that Mr. X earns rupees 500 by working every day for 4 hours while Mr. Y earns rupees 1000 working 8 hours per day, what amount of wealth would they be able to acquire in 20 years? Your simple mathematical answer would be that Mr. Y would acquire wealth that would be a double of what Mr. X would acquire in 20 years, and undoubtedly your answer would be correct mathematically, but what happens in a practical life would be far off the simple mathematical answer. This is because while Mr. X has a low income and spends all of it, while Mr. Y having a higher income is able to save money of it and invest in properly. Therefore, Mr. Y is also earning from his saving. As this would continue after 10 years, Mr. X's income would still remain equal to the expenditures. Therefore, the amount of wealth accumulated by him is particularly huge. While Mr. Y's income would be far more than that of double of Mr. X. Here, there could be another possibility that instead of working long hours, Mr. Y increasing the pace with which he works and finishes double the amount of work in the same time as Mr. X. Hence, we see that all principles should be customized by us accordingly to the life we want to lead and according to our desires. If we monitor each and every activity that we conduct in our everyday life, we would come across those activities in which we spend more time than we should. I am not advising you to rush through your daily activities. What I am saying is that is spending more than a reasonable amount of time on a particular activity is literally killing your time. Research has it all the people who have accomplished extraordinary things in their lives have a peculiar characters in common. They all are brisk walkers. The pace with which they walk is a bit less than a jog. From Adolf Hitler to Mahatma Gandhi, all of them had a very risk gained, and now we understood the reason why they realized the importance of their time and weren't willing to waste a
bit of it. Having its psychology, it had become their nature to walk at a faster pace than a normal man would. It is said that at the age of 78, the Mahatma walked so briskly that to keep up with him, one had to be consistently hopping and jogging. If you are a slow walker, this is where you can start changing things. How long do you spend taking a bath? The main purpose of taking a bath is to keep ourselves clean. Is taking a bath a ceremony if you like it had been for me? I was like this habit of wasting time while taking a bath, which I rectified later in my life. I would reckon the same from you. Would you believe me if I tell you that one young lady I accumulated with regards at least 1 hour and at most an hour and 15 minutes to finish her meal? I don't know how you would react to this, but personally seeing this left me I dumbfounded. Wasting time like this in a simple activity like eating, which normally doesn't take more than 20 minutes, is a crime. How much time do you take to dress up and groom yourself every day? It is a myth that dressing up and grooming ourselves slowly would help us to better look. After studying these phenomena minutely, I have found that if we try to save our time from where we spend in excess, like in the cases I have mentioned above, we save around 1 to 1.5 hours daily, which by no means is a bad deal. I have seen that the pace with which we work is an essential factor which determines our success in life. Working with an adequate pace and saving time from where we can are an integral part of time management. Always remember that one's pace despite how badly he wanted to succeed. People who maintain their pace of work who would forever move ahead in their endeavors in life. But mind you, speeding up is not synonymous with doing things hurried and in haphazard way. If we do so, we would further slow ourselves down. If the circumstances are favorable and the road is wide open for you, then there is no sense in driving your bike at 25 kilometers per hour. Here you must take the advantage of the circumstances and zoom away. If you know that you are the hare in the race of life, then there is no sense of comparing yourself with the turtles, because it is only in fairy tales that a tortoise competes with a hare. Keeping away from vices. We go through different phases in life, and amongst these, youth is the most important phase. Youth is the only phase in the human life which on one hand is the most adventurous and exciting phase, and on the other is the most taxing and prone to risk. It is in the phase that we are full of energy and vitality and full of vigorous and ambitions. Our goals are high and we are all set to take off in their direction. It is in the phase that we feel strength in our arms and love in our heart. One moment we feel that we are invisible, and in the next we feel that we are not able to judicially channelize our talents. It is also the phase in which our hormones start playing tricks on us, and for some of us most of the time spent in confusion and indecision. The reason I call this phase the most prone to risk is because in our youth we are full of ability and ambition. So many elements attract our attention, and it is for us to make the right choices and tell us from wrong. The choices made in the phase determine the prosperity of the ride of our life. The more we exert ourselves in the phase, the more we work hard, keeping our innermost desires in the forefront, the brighter our future is. So we find that this phase, these few years of our youth in which we are in the peak of our mental and physical well-being, are the most important years of our lives. It is in these years that we are confident of our abilities and we are open to absorption of knowledge, which would now place our life into the final cast. It is the phase in which our thoughts have begun to take shape. The scattered dreams have found a common conventions, and beliefs have found a new direction. What disturbs me is that I have seen a lot of talent with promising career missing it up by falling prey to wishes to their youth.
Teenagers getting addicted to drugs, becoming a ragging alcoholics, forming gangs and moves, and indulging in street fight are all global concerns for the youth today. What I mean to say here is that life is meant to be abundant, it is meant to be fulfilling journey of all self-discovery, and is too short to waste on the vices. Once we have fallen prey to them, they transform us, taking away from ourselves, our families, and our purpose in our life.
The great entrepreneur G.D. Birla advised to his grandson Aditya when he went to study at MIT was eat only vegetarian food, never drink alcohol or smoke, keep early hours, switch off lights when leaving the rooms, cultivate regular habits, so go for a walk every day, keep in touch with the family, and above all, don't be extravagant. These advice are not only beneficial from the point of view of entrepreneurship, but also from the point of view of a normal youth who is looking forward to success in his life. We need to discover our true selves and prevent ourselves from plugging into the dark. What I recommend is strict caution from these prowlings and vicious predators, which is capable of restricting our talents and reducing our longevity by substantial margin. Life is too precious and too beautiful to be traded off to them. It is for to realize this, to make a conscious choice to stay away from them and cultivate habits that would usher success and well-being into our lives. The famous Japanese movie maker Akira Kurosawa always told his students to enjoy their lives as much as they wanted to, while exercising moderation and warned them against our indulgence. Always remember that it's too much easier to maintain a good habit than it is to embrace a bad one. While cultivating a virtuous personality elevates us, brings to us happiness and success, falling prey to vices forever pulls us down as if it were into the dark and mysterious depths of black hole, from where even lights cannot escape. All we are left with a life divided by of self-belief, self-respect, and simplicity. Time devoted to the primary task. We all go through different phases in life, starting from the day we are born up till the day we die, and our immediate goal is different in each phase. For example, when we are infants, we spend most of our time sleeping, which is very essential for the growth and development of our body at that stage. When we grow a bit older, most of our time is spent in play, which balances our physical and mental development. As we grow further, now it becomes our purpose to strike a balance between study and play. Further, we step into adolescence, and the pleasures to complete and study harder begins to surround. Many of us begin to neglect our physical requirement to get adequate exercise at this stage, which is in no way a smart thing to do. And finally, when we enter into a professional, committing ourselves to it becomes our sole aim. In this way, in different phases of our lives, the goal we set and the requirement we have are different. Considering that you are a student, I believe that your primary goal is to gain as much knowledge as possible, so that it would come to your assistant throughout your life and help you to enter a specialized field of profession. Let us discuss now how much time we should devote to our primary task. As we have already discussed, our goal and priorities change as per our age and our state in terms of our physical and mental aptitude as we grow from an infant into a youth. The number of hours we spend sleeping is at first replaced by a balance between sleep and play, and then distributed among sleeping, playing, studying, whatever the case may be. If we are students, at first the number of hours we spend sleeping are constantly reduced to supplement the number of hours spent studying. After having substantially sacrificed our sleep, now we start stealing the hours from play, and as the pleasure mounts up, the hours spent playing are reduced to nil in many cases. When we go to high school, we find that the time spent studying in school is not sufficient at all in order to keep us our grades.
and hence we need more and more time to study so that we may absorb whatever has been taught at school. My observation of successful people belonging to a varied range of professions bring me to conclusion that in order to succeed and achieve whatever we dream of, we must spend at least 1/3 of our time on the task which is of primary importance to us. Every day, that would mean around 8 hours of concentrated work with utter focus and devotion to do the trick. The question that arises here is that students generally feel that they are spending a lot of time studying at school, so isn't obvious that they are by any means fulfilling the basic requirements. If you reread any previous sentence, you would observe the difference. I do not know how well you are taught at your school and how much attention you pay to what is being taught. What you should be concerned about is 7 to 8 hours of focused and quality study. It may be done at a stretch if your capacity so permits. It may be done partially at school and partially at home, or it may be done completely at a school or at a home. The discretion is in every sense yours. Many young minds which aspire to be a Newton's, Einstein and Marconi's of tomorrow may differ with me at the point and argue that these people spend 20 out of 24 hours in their study and research. To them, my answer would be that if your work has become your source of self-discovery, you means to communicate with your soul, the canvas to paint your innermost desire, the source of your entertainment and the counterpoint of your love, then you are most welcome to work in the desired way. If your work has actually raised you to such height of consciousness, then mark my word that it is by your hand the destiny of mankind would be molded. If you do not feel that way yet, then it is better to reallocate your time doing all this important in the above prescribed way to take you to that stage. There might also be questions in your mind regarding the times when your parents and your teachers have asked you to study as much as possible. This statement, my friends, should always be taken with a pinch of salt. Most parents and teachers are also not familiar with your abilities and desires. So when they repeat the statement, it is more out of emotion than our rationality. What I believe is that studying is in the prescribed way and at the same time having time for play and exercise, having time for friends and having time to enjoy life is the way it should be. Limiting ourselves only to our course books is no longer a wise thing to do. I personally know many students who do not spend as much time studying as their counterparts do, but by studying in a systematic way and on regular basis, they always scored more than the students who slogged. I have also known students who study for a long hours and yet are not able to score in their examination. The answer to this problem is regularity. Students who are regular in their studies doing a little better every day and forever better of them than those who slack at the end moment. Not only does regularity give the abundant time and scope to spend in co-curricular activities and develop as a human being, it also forever helps them to score at the highest. All of us being students must be aware of term saturation point. Saturation point with regard to study is a point at which the brain has already had much to absorb and is not able to comprehend anymore. On reaching his point after extensive studying, it almost becomes impossible for the mind to absorb more. The most advice to this point would be to shut your books, but I have seen many students after reaching this point try to keep on studying or pretend to study. If mental satisfaction is what you are looking for, then go ahead. Otherwise, you are just fooling yourself and everybody around. The biggest challenge that students face is regularity. I have seen bombarded all my life by the question asked by students regarding regularity and also by their multiple excuses. Systematic study and regularity in studies in the basic ingredient required not only to score high marks but also to dig out enough time for ourselves so that we may enjoy our lives and to ensure that our development is all around. What I have found is that real behind why students are unable
to study in the fashion is primarily psychological. Some of the factors are external while some of them are internal, but they all are primarily psychological. Some of the reasons are more excuses like a noisy neighborhood and interfacing sibling, etc. Other are the weather. Sometimes it is too cold to study and at other times it is too pleasant to be studying indoor. These are but excuses, and since it is who creates them, it would be also up us to deal with them. The only factor that determines our success and failure is that how badly we want to succeed. Most of us familiar with the name John Barrett, the person to whom we owe the invention of television. Barrett was homeless and unemployed till he was 32. Poverty and starvation were his only allies. He neither had wealth nor did he have resources. He never kept good health also. The only thing that he truly had was courage and hope. The circumstances and constraints under which the television was invented could not have been worse, but it was invented nevertheless. The first telephone was invented in a small dark and damp room which was located on top of small electric shop situated in the noisiest crossing. The reason that I am telling you all these things is because I wanted you to know that if a person actually want to accomplish something, there is no stopping him. If people could do it, then why not you? It doesn't matter how true and relevant your excuses may seem. If they will strong enough, the path would undoubtedly be made. Now let's discuss a few techniques that would help you in your studies. Do you really want to study? Our Upanishads contains a very simple word vital line, which is that a person becomes whatever his innermost desires are. Whatever her dreams are, irrespective of it being good or evil, the idea he dwells upon day in day out, he became that without exception. The feeling, desires and dreams which are nested in the depths of our soul guide of our every step and determines our every action. These innermost desires are the element of which our feeling and emotion are composed. The sad part here is that most of us are loaded with desires, but there are few people who feel strongly about them. All of us want to lead a life of prosperity and well-being, but the problem here is that the way we feel about it is very shallow and devoid of convictional. People who do not feel deeply enough about their dreams and desires, who live on their ideas and feed their mind constantly with their stimulus, are the only ones who succeed in this. People action is backed with their innermost zeal to the victorious, hence no effort goes in vain. The way they feel about their dreams is so strong that all the doors begin to unlock, all the obstacles melt away, and they reach a unique plane in which there is a harmony of action and desire. And whenever there is a harmony of action and desires, miracles happens. This is the only way to consistency. When we feel it is in our hearts, we see it happening before our eyes. So it forever essential to feel first. If you want to wealth, then feel the abundance of you would like to live in. If you want to score high, feel the excitement to score, the excitement to the best and adoration of professors. If you want to be a scientist, then feel the science and wonders you would like to share with the world. This is the only way to consistency and prosperity of effort. When we feel strongly for something, the entire universe comes together to give us what we desire. It is also very essential here to know what your innermost desires are. Someone wants to be a doctor, but the rest may not correspond. The same feeling, maybe they want to be a painters or musicians, or maybe they want to be a politician and world leader. We all have different varied desires, discovering which are working towards which holds the key to self-discovery and the knowledge of our boundless potential. It is a very man to discover his innermost feeling and commitment himself to them. If we want to be a special, if we want to be at the center on dais with the world adoring and applauding us, if we want to be a special wing, then we need to work in a special way. Ordinary ways of working brings out ordinary results, while extraordinary ways to working bring about extraordinary results. Set your priorities right.
As I believe that my all readers are mostly students, I assume that your priority would be to gain much knowledge as possible. Of course, if your goal is to not score high marks, but is charted along the entirely different path, say music, art, or sport, then that would be your priority. The point here is that we should all be able to identify our priorities and get them right, no matter what they are. When we are in our students' lives, our mind is loaded with things we would like to do. Here is where our intellect should intervene and help us weed the cycles of instant gratification against long-term prosperity. In other words, this is known as prioritizing. Prioritizing does not mean pursuing only that things which is most important to us. It deals with listening the various activities that we like and then we should to do in order to decreasing importance, and then allocating our time accordingly. Whatever we feel the most for, provided that we have weighed it by rational, should be our priority and hence would take the most of our time. No work is unimportant and every work done with utmost efficiency is a means of self-discovery. It is for us to decide which works suits to us to the best and prioritize accordingly. Setting short-term goal. Is there in this book? I have taken incidents from the life of Thomas Edison and used them as example to clarify my point. And I would do not once again. Did you know that long before Edison ever invented the electric bulb, he made a public announcement that on the 4th September 1882 he would display the first electric bulb before the world. And as you might have guessed, it was the same day that he came up with his invention in front of the world despite of all hindrance. So you see how important deadlines are. What we need is to break up our long-term goals into smaller parts which we would achieve in a daily basis. If we do not give ourselves deadlines, the task is never done. You must have had an experience in our life in which your friend promised you that he would come over, but he never showed up. The reason, the date and time was not fixed. Similarly, we do not give ourselves deadlines as to when we would like to have our work completed. We seldom are able to get through with it. Whenever we see a date in front of us, a special day by which our task needs to be completed, our mind becomes tense and is flooded with ideas about how to complete our work by the specified date. When the session begins and we sit for school, we do not think that and worry about our exams. But as soon as the date sheet is out, everybody is a bit tensed and worried. Hence, everybody starts studying. His tension and worry born out of the acknowledgement of the inevitable, which is blessing in a disuse and help us to achieve our target while staying within the sound of time. Formulating a timetable and sticking to it. I have experienced a lot while I was a student and still continue to experiment to come up with a new technique that I would have saved my time. I have tried working without chalking our timetable, and I have also tried working in accordance once, and as a result of my experiments I have reached the conclusion that it is wiser to work with a timetable at the back of our minds than to work without one. When we have chalked out a timetable, not only does it help to us allocate our time judiciously, but is also act our map of the day. This prevents many wastage of time to the maximum possible extent. Chalking out a timetable also makes us a bit tense, which works as a boon and promotes us to work. Working without a timetable is similar to a river flowing without its water being restricted by its banks. The bank of a river channelizes its water and the untamable power therein, helping it to meet its final destination, the ocean. If the river flows without the banks to restrict it, the water gets dissipated and as a result evaporates. The same is the case when our time is not organized by the framework of our timetable. This is the reason I think that all of us should chalk out the timetable, which would enable us to set our priorities right, to allocate the time in hand judicially. Let's us now discuss the technique which would help us to frame a timetable. The timetable should be made keeping in mind a long-term objective. It shouldn't only pertain to a week or just 15 days. Since our goal is long-term one, our timetable should be also be customized in a similar fashion. Since we need to study every day, have our meals every day, physically condition ourselves every day, and we haven't broken our long-term objective into short-term achievable targets, our timetable should be made in a such way that it would be perpetuate our efforts. While chalking out our timetable, we should have a frame of 6 days in our mind. We should try and strive towards following our timetable without any deviation. These 6 days, the 7th day, we should keep ourselves, we should set ourselves free of these entanglements so that we may re-energize ourselves, set our mind free from all worries of the week, and be prepared to go into the next week anew. It is said that even God, the Almighty, while designing the universe, having worked unceasingly through the 6 days of the week, took 7th day off. According to me, if it is possible for the Almighty with His unbounded powers to get exhausted through the week's work and require some time for His leisure, then it would perfectly to be all right if you and I also allow ourselves some time off. The timetable should be an easy to follow and a practical one. We should make a mental note of the contingencies that might arise and plan our timetable accordingly. We cannot also ignore our social requirement, the requirement to interact with our family and friends, and the requirement to allow ourselves some free time between our busy schedules. If we ignore all of these requirements while framing a timetable, then it becomes a very difficult and monotonous one, and as a result we find it very hard and taxing to keep up with it. I would recommend you to always allow yourself some free time in this timetable so that you may utilize it in the case of these unpredictable circumstances and contingencies. If we allow ourselves some free time in our daily schedule, then whatever contingencies may arise, we would always have surplus time in our hands to meet them. The timetables should be framed keeping in mind the primary task, and all the other activities which we conduct on a regular basis will be molded according to that. For example, if you have decided to devote 5 hours on a daily basis to your study, then the rest of the activities which you would undertake throughout the day, like eating, sleeping and seeing your friends, would have to mold it in accordance with your primary objective. Here I would also like to tell you that different person have different abilities. If your capacity to work on a daily basis is comparatively low, then we should not be to extend it all of a sudden. If we try to frame a timetable believing that we would be able to extend our abilities from the very next day, then unmistakably our timetable would be flawed and we wouldn't be able to follow it with a precision. Our timetable should be practical and achievable, one of the frame keeping in mind our own abilities. Framing a timetable is not that difficult task as it is implemented. This is because the process of controlling our mind and confining it within the realms of a fixed schedule is a very demanding task. I believe that we all know how electricity is generated. The water from a spring first needs to be stored in a reservoir before it can be let loose to rotate the turbine with the enormous force. Similarly, it is our mind that we need to retain and control so that it may release an unbounded potential. While following a timetable, we should learn to repeat our own word. Our focus should primarily be on objectives that we hold most dear, and achieving that daily objectives should be our primary motive. Even if we need to sacrifice the others less important activities in our schedule, procrastination should be avoided at any cost. The moment we procrastinate and tell ourselves that we are left with plenty of time,
our entire schedule begins to get disrupted. Therefore, it always in our interest to complete our work within the achievable frame of time set by us in our timetable. Working as per requirement of our timetable should be conscious effort, not be added anxiety that would never break us. While embarking upon the process of following our timetable on daily basis, we might feel a bit unnerved at first. This is a very natural way to feel, and we shouldn't worry about it. As we get into the habit of following our timetable on a regular basis, these feelings would slowly be replaced by the conventional and the will to follow it till the nth note. Whenever we complete a task that we are determined to do, our mind is filled with joy of accomplishment, and the process is repeated time and again. It becomes our innate nature to work in this fashion and derive joy from our accomplishments. Where at first working in accordance with the timetable may have been a source of worry to us, later the timetable itself becomes the factor that would nullify all our anxieties. If we practice this regularity, it would begin to feel uneasy without having a definite schedule to work on. As a result, we would become far more systematic and organized, and the productivity of our time work would increase many folds. If there are few circumstances which do not allow you to follow your timetable and work in the prescribed fashion, you should try and find the reason to why these circumstances arise at all and attempt to deviate your freedom from your goal. If you do so, you would find that it is you who controls all these circumstances and contingencies, and it is you alone who can bring an end to them, and hence ensure the utmost utilization of our time. As I have told you earlier, to always allow yourself a gap in the timetable, now doing so would allow you to think about all these circumstances that are hindering your progress and deal with them appropriately. What may be also reflect in the aftermath of your desired disorganization of work, but trust me, this would only be temporary and would need to be internally tracked with. Another very important things that I would recommend you to do only daily basis before you go to sleep in the process of recollection analysis. You should always spare some time in your timetable of these activities. These activities help us to reflect upon your daily efforts and the way you have been working throughout the day. They also help in determining all the bottlenecks that hinders your process. It is through this rectification that we enhance and improve our process of working. Analysis of our daily work help us to understand what we are doing better. If this process is not followed, then for a few days we might follow our schedule with efficiency, but soon our work would be disrupted, and if this process continues, slowly we would stop adhering to the timetable prepared by us. As I have discussed earlier, a major part of time management is related to the proper and judicious allocation of time. By proper allocation, I mean that we should know that how much of our time and which part of our daily schedule should be spent doing what task. While undertaking any task, the two parts of our being which are exclusively involved are the physical body and the mind. We should analyze and figure out which task requires more of physical vitality and less of mental exertion, and vice versa. Doing this would enable us to determine what time slot would be allocated to relevant task. For example, if the task is physically intensive, a time slot that in which our body would be fresh and energetic should be preferred. If the task involves mental attentiveness, then the time slot would be set accordingly. If your primary task is to study for 5 hours every day, then it is up to you to find out which time suits you the best. The time should be selected in a way that your 5 hours that would be spent studying would be the most productive ones. Ideally, we should select the early mornings hour for study, as it turns out of the productive for us. As we have discussed earlier in this book, there is a psychological reason behind we should prefer studying in the early hours in the morning, as studying in main objective it is only better to complete it as soon as possible in the day. Our main objective should always be given priority, even as far as serial number is concerned. In the list of activities to be undertaken during the day, the reason behind this is when we undertake other activities which are not as important to us, we always do them half-heartedly. As in the back of our mind, we always know that the main objective of our day is still to come. Hence, we cannot do justice to the other activities. Therefore, it always is feasible to complete the main objective as soon as possible in the day, so that we may do justice to the other activities and also be mentally free. Working in this way, we can also enjoy our free time better. We shouldn't feel the guilt of not having completed our work. One of the most important concepts regarding the management of time is that we should realize that the moment of time that we are in now would never return. That this moment which we are living in is the present. It is all that we have, and how we utilize it to the fullest is completely up to us. The concept is about living in the present. The past has long gone and has buried its death. There were lessons to be learned from the past, which have already been learned. Let's go of it now. As the past has solved its purpose, the future we do not know, then what is the point in worrying about it? The only thing that we know for sure is that now, this moment we are here. This time, which is not our disposals, would never return, so it is for us to utilize it the fullest. Our logical may tell us otherwise. As time, it may tell us that there would be a point of time when we would be better suited and better equipped to the work at hand. But here is where we need to realize that this is the point where the vicious process of procrastination has started. At the first, it is a fact of our lethargy and emotions, and when that defines reasons, it takes the shield of logical and demands us to be rational. But here is the catch: these are but delusions created of our own mind and tricks played by our own minds on us, which need to be seen through. There was an incident in Mahabharata in which Bhim went around a city begging a drum and announcing that our king Yudhishthira has finally been able to control time. On hearing this, Yudhishthira called upon Bhim and asked for the reason for the false announcement. To this, Bhim replied that the day before the king had promised beggars to return again and receive his share of donation. The next day, Bhim said that his king should say with certainty that it would be possible to carry out the charity next day. Then undoubtedly the king has learned the secret behind controlling time, as only such person would make a promise such as on this. Yudhishthira understood his point and sent his guards to put the beggars so that he would make the donations as soon as possible. Never was a time better than where we are now, and never will be. Therefore, is the same time to act. Ideal time. This title may sound a bit weird and applying to you. May sound weird because I don't believe that you have ever heard the person discussing time management talking about ideal time. Ideal time is nothing but the time that we keep to our own slaves and use it for our own leisure. If you are a workaholic, you would highly disagree with the fact that we all need some time to set aside of ourselves, so that in that time slot we may do whatever pleases us to or whatever relaxes us the most. As I have discussed earlier in this book, that this is omnipresent and everywhere. Every part of our life is made of time, teeny segments of time. But here we need to realize that we need to master the art of time management, so that we may enjoy a fulfilling life. The art of time management is focused on making our life better, so that we may discover our joy, fulfill ourselves and reach our true potential. We would need to be obsessed with our works to that extent that it takes away the essence of living. This is the reason that I firmly believe we should keep aside some time for ourselves on a daily basis, so they may communicate with our own slaves and our lives.
The ideal time that we give ourselves would be such place in our daily schedules that it gives us enough opportunity to relax and rejuvenate after the day's long ordeal. The time that we would give to ourselves is very important from the point of view of our personal holistic development. It is very important for the process of enhancing our mental capabilities, to maintain the well-being of our bodies, and to broaden the horizon of our imagination. Being in our student life, you might feel that your main purpose is to study, and you would be right in saying that through studying in one of your primary purposes as a student, it is not only purpose but we are looking for and what we want to multi-dimensional development of a youth. As a student, it would interest you to devote as much time as you can to studies, as would help you to get into a specialized profession. What we have to realize here is that getting into a profession is one thing, and doing justice to the duties and execution of responsibilities of the profession is another. After settling into profession, books would not come to your assistance anymore. What would really comes to your assistance and help you to reach staggering heights in your life would be personality. The kind of decision you make, the way you work, and amount of courage that you are able to summon as per requirements of our various circumstances. I have received this conclusion by the close study of the lives of successful and unsuccessful professionals, and also what I learned from my own professional experiences. If you spend your entire student life grueling with books, later in your life you would realize that you have lost yourself somewhere between the numerous pages you flicked. If you follow the technique which I have mentioned in this book and frame a timetable to be followed regularly, sparing some agile time for yourself shouldn't be problem at all. Studying and reading as many books as you can would undoubtedly load you with information, but true knowledge would only be gained if you are able to allow yourself to reflect upon the information thus gathered, and this one can do in this ideal time. It is this time that we give to ourselves that help us to evolve the way we think and our personality. Einstein used to play guitar. A great philosopher of 20th century, Charles Paul still used to listen to music for the least 2 hours on a day. Mahatma Gandhi used to feed the goats in his free time. Jesus used to often disappear for a few days, while the prophet used to go into the dunes of desert. Abraham Lincoln was assassinated while he was coming out after watching a play. From lips of all those great people, we gather that all of them used to keep aside some time to themselves so that they may rejuvenate and re-energize their bodies and minds, and once again work as efficiently as they will always did. Our body and brain, even the muscles and the tissues in our body and the gray cells in our brains needs to relax in order to reinforce themselves with vitality and life. When we sleep during the night, the various tissues in our body are re-energized so that we may start anew the next day. One may use an axe to chop timber and may continue doing for a number of years, but if it does not spare time in order to sharpen the edges of the axe, the efficiency to the instrument is greatly reduced. Similarly, a little moment of ideal time is a requirement by us on a daily basis so that we may sharpen our minds and intellect, and hence maintain and enhance our ability and efficiency to work. Now let me move on to giving you suggestions about that what can be done in ideal time. Thus allocated through in concept, this time should ideally be spent on things that you love to do the most. I would like to share some ideas that might interest you. You might have a room in your house which is extremely meant for studying. What I would recommend is that when you are not busy or have completed the task assigned for the particular day, you should get out and get some fresh air. Or perhaps you could spend some time with your family members. You may discuss random issues with members of your family or your friend, but be sure to stay away from issues which are not grave. Similarly, you might take out some time for your friends, call them over to your place or go out to visit them
Feel free to enjoy yourself as much as you like. Chapter number 4, Time and Personality. The relationship between time and the personality that we develop in the course of time is peculiar one. This relationship is peculiar and the most extraordinary one, because where on the one hand time develops our personality, on the other hand a very different personal approach is required in order to manage time. It is time that molds our personality through the various circumstances and challenges that it volleys our way, reacting to them, facing them and finding solution to these various problems that are volleyed our way helps us to develop a personality. Personality is molded by time. Let us see in detail how this happens. The concept of time in itself demands a certain amount of discipline. For instance, if you say that your school starts at 8, that means that you should have to reach your school by 8. By mean, if you do not do so, you are considered to lack discipline. This is also the standard to measure efficiency. If somebody tells you that he would complete the work in hand by the 15th May, then 15th May becomes your standard to judge the efficiency with which he works. There is an interesting incident in which Sir Edward Thomas, who was the Minister of Construction and Transport in the Council of Prime Minister Winston Churchill, was to meet a contractor who was also a very close friend for the purpose of construction of a building. The appointment was fixed, but the constructor arrived 6 minutes late at the meeting. The minister immediately cancelled the contract, stating that if the constructor is late for an appointment which has been fixed beforehand, then how can expect the same person to complete the construction on time? Here, disregard of the time by the constructor cost him the contract. The concept of time is the way to exercise control on your mind. If you tell yourself that by the end of the day you would complete your course book, then this is the time frame that you have to set for yourself, and your mind is now activated to complete the task in the given time. Now, if a friend comes over and asks if you out for a movie, though you might have want to join him, your mind would remind you of the task at hand, which would make you rethink your decision. In this way, time helps us to exercise control over the whims and fancies of our mind. Time also helps us to feel and recognize the strength that we have within ourselves. If we give ourselves a target which is stipulated by time and then restrain the whims of our mind to complete the task in the given time, it arouses in us the feeling of self-respect and helps us to recognize our own strength, which adds to our personal growth. Time not only controls our mind but also emotions. In the same manner in which it molds our personality, it also molds our emotions. So we see the various ways in which time plays its role in shaping our personalities. What I firmly believe is that if you desire to cultivate an influential personality, then you should diligently practice the art of time management, as it is time that would shape you and your personality that would help you to identify your innermost emotion and desire and help you to succeed in whichever field you desire. Wherever we acknowledge the finality of the situation, we acknowledge the power of time. For example, we always reach on time when we have an examination. We always arrive at the station on time when we want to catch the train, and we also arrive on time when we have to appear for an interview. These are but examples of how the human mind works. When it acknowledges finality of the situation, therefore we see that it is for us to make ourselves realize importance of time and the urgency of the situation at hand in order to manage our time judiciously. Get rid of hesitation. When I personally meet the great musician Nausad, he told me that initially he was a very shy man. He went to Bombay to become a musician, and the place in which he stayed was directly opposite to the studio which used to produce films. He told me that to cross the road which separated him from the studio by a few meters, it took him a year and a quarter due to hesitation and his shy nature. He always avoided going to the studio directly, but finally due to circumstances he had to force himself to do so. If he hadn't done so, then he wouldn't have been as famous as we know him today. Due to procrastination, it took him and a quarter year more to become as famous. Shyness of character shouldn't be mistaken for humanity. Is a weakness that we need to overcome at any cost. Only a person who has asserted himself can exercise humility. For a shy person to exercise humility is nothing but hypocrisy. There have been numerous incidents in my life in which I have seen people foregoing opportunities due to hesitation. I have also seen numerous instances in which students do not clarify their queries while the class is being conducted just due to the reason that they are too shy to come up with their questions. As a result, in the end, it is they who always stand to lose. Being hesitate not only kills your own time but also brings down your self-image. This is the reason why I say what you want to say and what you have to say with an open mind and open heart without considering whether the rest would applaud or look at you in spite. If you do not do so, you waste a lot of time thinking whether you should do what you think you should or you shouldn't. In this way, not only do you lose your own time, but also the numerous opportunities that comes your way. Motion is life. The water in a pond is forever stagnant as it does not have an outlet. As a result, it always covered with moss and algae, and it is unfit for human consumption. Whereas the water of a river is always in a steady motion, forever moving in a specific direction towards its goal, which is the mighty ocean, and therefore is in purest form. Motion is life. Stagnation is death. Motion is change. Evolution, development into higher states and gathering higher capabilities, embracing what is new and moving on. We human beings are like sharks. Sharks, as we all know, need to constantly move forward so that water would enter their gills and they would be able to breathe. Similarly, we humans need to move forward constantly from one height to the next and from one achievement to the next in order to survive and live in life of fulfillment. Undoubtedly, motion and change are words which naturally brings us discomfort when thought of, but what I believe is that being stagnant is often more painful than it is to get out of our comfort zone and thus embrace change. What I have felt and seen is the most people prefer to be stagnant than the embrace change or to move ahead. I have seen most of the students doing that and becoming complacent. They do not want any change to come in the environment that they are currently in. They do not want to change in their lifestyle and they do not want to change the way in which they work, no matter how flawed the way may be. They become so very used to be very that they have been working over the past many years that any change, no matter how positive or life transforming it may be, seems to be impossible for them to embrace. Similarly to this is the case of homesickness, which is found in many students. I personally know a couple who sent a child to Delhi so that he may graduate as a chartered accountant. But having stayed 2 months in Delhi, he began to feel homesick as it was a new routine and new ways of life that he had to adjust to. He returned home and regrets his decision till this date. As human beings, we are immensely adaptable and we should recognize it as one of our innate abilities. It is through many thousands of years that we have adapted to various circumstances and emerged victorious in the race of survival. The moments of discomfort are but temporary, which mount vanish soon. One of the best short story writer of all time, O. Henry, confessed that the streets of New York brought out the writer in him. Henry Ford, one of the greatest entrepreneur and manufacturer the world has been seen, loaded all his stuffs on a bullock cart and hoped on this family to go to the city where enormous opportunity awaited him. This was the reason that he succeeded in becoming the richest man in the world in his time. Edison came to the city of Detroit when he was just 12 years of age. So we see
from our decision and reason that which change, and with the adoption of new ways of living and accomplishing one's task, come a very new range of opportunities. I do not mean to say that we all should now start packing our bags and head for the big cities. What I actually mean to say is that, sightening the opportunities, we should be willing, be able to follow it to the end of the world and makes all the necessary changes in our lifestyle and environment, which would help us to make the most of the opportunities. We already know that this time in nature is forever fluid. It is in nature to flow constantly. It is forever changing. If we want to maintain our pace along with it, we also need to keep moving ahead unceasingly. People who do not move ahead and seek to where they used to be are forever losers in the context of time and life in general. Therefore, it is forever in our interest to remain to emotions and embrace all changes that are positive. When it comes to be dealing with yourself, be harsh. I have often seen people being overtly gentle while dealing with themselves. They always give themselves the easier way out. We all beings humans are merciful to some extent, but mercy is to be exercised on others, not on ourselves. I have often seen parents spoiling their youngest child to such an extent that it is inevitably makes him a brat. Similarly, if we go easy on ourselves and spoil ourselves beyond the desired limits, that is what we create out of ourselves. By being harsh, I mean not treating yourself with sympathy as far as being following the timetable is concerned. For example, if you have decided that you would get out at 5 in the morning, then make sure you do so, no matter how hard it is for you to get up, and no matter how much tempted you would be to sleep off again. If you have an appointment with someone at 5 in the evening, you must be there on time, irrespective of whatever it is raining or snowing or whatever you are feeling unwell. If you have to reach a certain place at a certain time, then reach the place on the fixed time. If you have planned on completing a particular task within a time frame, then make sure you do that, no matter how harsh you would have to be on yourself. What needs to be done, and therefore should be no second thoughts about it. Consider this example. You have set aside a few hours of studying in the evening, but your friend drops out. Now, how would you react? Entertaining him would purely disrupt your timetable. The way you feel towards the situation is that you cannot be that harsh to your friend, as he would be offended, and also a part of you want to stop studying and it is looking for a new excuse to close the books. This is where you need to be harsh, not only as far as treating your friends is concerned, but also on yourself. If your friend holds you dear, he would regard your time and then of course he would understand and would want to cooperate with you in your endeavors towards personal development. But if you do not cooperative, then maybe needs to select your friends more carefully. Listen to others and living up their expectations is not a virtue as far as management of time is concerned. Here you need to be more discreet while taking decisions. You need to develop a habit of saying no when it is required to do so, and when it is in the interest of yours following the schedule that you had set for yourself. To you, your time is supreme. No whim, be it yours or be it in the whims of others, should be placed before it. You must have heard about the phrase survival instinct. This is the instinct that we all have thanks to the predatory nature of ancestors. This is the instinct which helps us to struggle till the last breath. Towards survival, it is instinct that refuses to give up, no matter how dominating the situation may be. As far as the execution of your timetable and management of your time is concerned, you need to let this innate
instinct which you have in yourself take over. Consider that you are attempting the questionnaire of an examination and you have been able to solve 4 of the questions successfully. When it comes to the 5th question, you are at a complete loss and you do not know what to do. Without giving up at this point, if you try to fix back by answering the questions in the remotest possible way and writing down whatever you can and whatever you do know about the questions proves that your survival instinct has taken over and now you would struggle to survive and go on attempting the questions till the nth moment. Who knows, maybe you would be able to score a few marks on the question that you don't know at all just by attempting it. This phenomenon occurs with players all the time. The great Olympian P.T. Usha missed her bronze in the Olympics by 100th of a second. If you are a cricket fantastic, then you might have observed that whether the match is going to be won or lost is forever decided in the last few balls. In the situation when whichever team has ability to fight it or till the last moment wins the match. Thus, this survival instinct can only be developed if we are harsh on ourselves. Treating ourselves harshly on develops the inner strength and hence help us to deal with all unfavorable circumstances and emerge victorious. Learn to be harsh on ourselves. Do not try to empathize with your own feeling of self-pity. You would find that if you practice this, the character that you will develop would be a strong one and you would be able to respect your own words and whenever there is unity and harmony between thoughts and action, miracles things are achieved. However, had becomes an engineer, but he can unemployed and was always short of money. In search of a job, he went to an industrialist. The industrialist said that he did not need an engineer and there was no vacancy for one. But there was a place vacant for a typist and asked him if he would like to fill in. However, replied that he would like to take the job, but would only be able to join in after 4 days and asked if man couldn't wait till that long. On listening to his response, the entrepreneur was very influenced by his humanity and told him that he could join after 4 days. However, went back to the place and though he did not know how to type, he learned to do so in 4 days time and when he was given a paper to type on the first day of his job, he did so without a single mistake. This was Herbert Hoover, the 31st President of the United States. Courage. If I ask you a question that wasn't the basic ingredient required for success, the answer that I would probably get it resources. If the same question is put to me, I could answer it with a simple word which is courage. A person may not be resources, he may not have a very high intellect, he may not have circumstances working in his favor, but if he has only this one ingredient that I emphasize upon, then he has the capability of creating all the rest. A person with courage builds his own resources, works towards the improvement of his own intelligence and turns the circumstances of his favor. As far as management of time is concerned, is not a task for the faint-hearted to manage time and to forever complete our task within the stipulated time. We forever need to summon our courage. But more so in the case of unpredictable circumstances, courage is needed to tackle with the pressure of working every day and also to cope with the pressure of examination that most students dread. Courage is required to ward off all causes of anxiety and hence clarify the process of our thinking with a tensed and anxious mind. It is not possible to take the right decision even when struck by catastrophe. Courage would help us to realize that whatever has happened was inevitable and there is no point in brooding over the past. The only way out is thinking towards the future. We cannot always expect the circumstances to be in our favor, but a person who has the ability of summoning his courage whenever the situation demands so, has the ability to perform his best even in the worst possible circumstances. It is the ability that creates winner. It is not that winners are always favored by luck or having everything working for them as they would please, but if they are rich in this one ingredient, they always manage to win. To highlight this point, I would like to narrate to you one of the instances from my life. When I was at school, we used to have our boards examination when we were in class 11th. Throughout the years, I was enthusiastic about appearing in the examination, but while I was doing so, I was struck by chicken pox. My spirit was a bit damped and I was a bit depressed about my physical state. I wondered if I would be given a permission to appear for the rest of the board examination. Luckily, I was given permission to sit in a separate room with a person who would write on my behalf. I was filled with hope and still saw light on the end of the dark tunnel. My conditions deteriorated as the days passed. I could barely keep the eyes open for speak up and I constantly felt nausea. In these circumstances, I told myself that it would be wise to attempt only the questions which carry the maximum marks, and I hope that combining the marks of the first and the second paper would help me pass. I adopted this strategy and it saw me through. In this way, I managed to save a year. If I, as a student, was able to fight it up, then there shouldn't be any reason that you shouldn't be able to do. Doing so not only helped me to enhance the level of confidence I had, but also taught me about the wonders that could be achieved only if one didn't give up where he thought there was no hope.
Discuss the issues of common interest, maybe go out to market along with them or just share a good laugh. If you are interested in spending time with nature, observing the flowers, the birds or stars, studying the sky, then go ahead and do so. You would be surprised to know that Charles Darwin, while in his youth, had similar taste. Observing nature, which used to be one of his favorite pastime, in the future made him such a great scientist. If you are a bit introvert and prefer spending time with your own self rather than going to see others, then you might like spending your time listening to some music. Or for a while, you might even consider listening to some light music while studying. If you are a movie freak, then spend some time watching movies, or else you prefer watching television, then go ahead and do so. I know that most of you spend your time buried in your course book, but I don't know how much your time spent reading books which are not in your course. Studying books other than those prescribed in your course enhance the level of knowledge and information we have, and also intellectually stimulates us. The idea is to employ your time in a way in which it interests you the most. In this way, you would be able to enjoy the life and receive the just reward for your day's hard work. Giving yourself some ideal time every day would also facilitate your mental as well as emotional development.
Patience. My son had to board a bus to reach for his coaching, which was scheduled to start at 11:30. I told him that I could drop him off at the bus stand at 10:45. At the same moment, my wife came in with some tea for me, and I told my son that I would finish my tea in 5 minutes and would drop him off. After that, my son felt that he would miss his bus due to my delay, and infuriated by it, he started walking towards the bus stop. I finished my tea, pulled out my car and reached the bus stop, but my son hadn't reached it. Similarly, there was another incident in which I was awaiting my turn at the barber shop. I was among the 12 people who awaited their turn. Suddenly, two boys rushed in to get their hair trimmed, and seeing the long queue, they were taken aback and left the shop. Ironically, they returned to the shop after 15 minutes. I went up to speak to them and they told me that they had been to the barber shop, which was less crowded and very only 4 people were awaiting their turn. But it would take at least 1.5 hours before they could get any trimming done, as there was only one barber who was attending to the customer. In the shop in which we were now, there were 8 barbers, which the boy had formerly missed. Undoubtedly, the turn would arrive sooner than was accepted in the other shop. You must be wondering about the reason why I narrated this incident to you. The only reason in both cases was lack of patience. People who are not patient are forever running from pillar to post. Patience is the way of nature. It is only in the season of summer that mangoes ripen. The different flower blooms according to their respective seasons. When the weather and conditions are in their favor, it is only in the fixed season that the crops can be sowed and harvested. Now, if we try to be impatient, not only would we destroy the fruit that awaits us in the future, but we also delay our own work. People who exercise patience have the ability to wait for the right moment, and people who wait know exactly when they strike, and as a result, when they strike, it is hard for them to miss. It is only after repeated failures that a person succeeds, and if he does not have the patience to wait for his success, he is forever a failure. Throughout his life, here I would like to remind you of the word uttered by the great social reformers Martin Luther King. He said, even if I am told that the world would come to an end tomorrow, I would still be planting trees. It was just the result of such patience and belief in the work that he did that made him such a great man. Exercising patience is mandatory if you want to succeed. In the field of academics, you need to be patient with yourself. When you study, there may be many instances when you would feel I like studying this book without clearly understanding the concept of what you have read. But in these cases, you need to resist these temptations while starting a new chapter, which seems to be tough. You may feel lethargic, but this is the point where you need to get hold of yourself and try finding reason as to why learning the particular chapter may be helpful. Once you have realized the importance of exercising patience while studying, the way you study could become much more effective. Cooperation. Another ingredient of success and instrument to effectively exercise the mechanism of time management is cooperation. The more we cooperate with the people around us, the more we expand our resources, the more we are able to mold ourselves according to the circumstances, the more we are able to turn them to our favor. What we need to understand here is that cooperation is a means of saving one's time and energy and not a means to kill the same. Cooperation should always be used for mutual benefits. Cooperation is not just agreeing to whatever the person is saying, but through the exercise of diplomacy, working in such a way that would benefit you as well as him. The more we cooperate, the more resources we become. The reason I am discussing all these things with you is that I have personally seen students creating as many ill wishers as they win our friends. While winning our friends is a very nice thing to do, creating ill wishers is not wise. I do understand that it is impossible to share the same frequency that you share with only a few friends with everyone. But what I could personally advise is that if we cannot win our friends on the other side, it is a wiser to be neutral than create opposition. Doing so would not only save a lot of your time and energy, but also increase your popularity by a vast margin. If we exercise humility where required, tolerance where required, and patience and the ability of coordination where required, it would be far from tough to do so. Being attentive. By being alert and being attentive, I do not mean it is in a physical term, What I do mean is mental attentiveness. Most of the times we are physically alert, but our mind dreams on. The result is that we are not able to do justice to the work at hand. Our efficiency reduces and we take more time than we naturally would to complete a piece of work. Often it happens that in a class of 45 minutes, a student is only attentive for the first 15 minutes and then his mind dozes off. Being alert when required is major quality that we all must work towards attaining. Whatever works you may be engrossed in, always try to remind yourself about the work that you are doing. If we do this, our mind stops wandering and fixes itself on the task at hand. Taking the initiative. Usually, all of us are forever occupied in some work or the other. You might have noticed that if you study throughout the year, then completing the course in time is no big deal. It is advisable that you will finish little portions of our work every day instead of dragging into the entire load up till the last moment. But you might have noticed at times a month or so period to the examination, the intensity with which you work increases by vast margin. All you can think of is studying. As a result, you work like you have never worked through the entire year. And finish huge chunks of your work is almost half the times. Not only this, you do it much more thoroughly than you ever have before. Through the true pleasure of working is by working diligently at a moderate and steady pace throughout the year. But when it comes to working with intensity such as this, it is different story altogether, which has different thrill and an added element of excitement of it as the goal is clearly in sight. We all work in the fashion a month or two period to the examination. As it inches closer, we increase the intensity with which we work. What would happen if we try to gain the same intensity and momentum 3 months before the examination instead of 1 or 2 months before it? Care to try it out. If you do not feel the thrill of it, and if your marks do not going so soaring high, you are free to write back to me on my mailings address condemning my theory. What I am asking you to do is based upon my experiences, that experiment that I have conducted at the observation that I have made as a student. I have written many books on movies. It is evident that I have read a lot about them too, but I don't feel that I did justice to the available literature pertaining to movies. Due to this, I was often distributed. Coincidentally, I was able to get admission to the Film and Television Institute of India, which was to conduct a course on film appreciation for 27 days. We used to start studying at 9 in the morning, and apart from our meals, we never took any time of till 11 in the night. This schedule carried on for 27 days. Believe me, my friends, that the moment I learned about movies in these 27 days, I hadn't learned in the last 27 years of my life. Do not misinterrupt what I am saying by thinking that instead of doing little portion of the work every day, we should finish it off in one go. If you reach this conclusion as a result of the above discussion, then I regret that I haven't been able to convey my point to you. What I mean to say is that while being focused on scoring the singles, do not miss an opportunity to hit a 6. Make fixed plan for a week or 15 days in which allow yourself to be involved in your work as you would like to be without caring for anything else. Oppose yourself when required. We often love ourselves so much that we are not even able to think about standing against our own wishes. This phenomenon makes us so stubborn and full of inertia that we completely destroy any scope of our evolution. We also manage to collect a big bag full of excuses to justify our obstinacy. If a person is physically or mentally challenged, then he naturally has a fantastic excuse to justify his inability. But ironically, what I have seen is that the people who have understood the importance of their time and meaning of their life, despite of physical and mental challenges, have proved themselves in every sphere of life. Let me now tell you a few stories regarding such people. Former President of the United States Franklin Roosevelt was a victim of polio, and so was the famous bowler from the Indian team. Chandrasekhar. Helen Keller was ridden by the wheelchair throughout her life. Sudha Chandra went to become a successful dancer even after losing her legs. The great physicist Stephen Hawking, who was considered to be a reincarnation of Einstein, could not be confirmed by his wheelchair. He notes, my body may be stuck in this wheelchair, but with the internet my mind go to end of the universe. If you really want to get rid of the obstacles which hinders your progress, then nothing in the world can stop you from doing so. But to do so much things of more often than not, you would have to stand against your own whims and be a bit harsh on yourself. Find solution to your problem. Can you tell me the name of one man, be it Christ, Prophet Muhammad, Buddha, Mahavira, or Lord Krishna, who hasn't faced obstacle in his life? The great musician Beethoven, whose music was spellbinding on the listener, had only two lives in his life, which were misery and music. If you were happens to read the story of the Queen of Holkar Ahilbai, you would feel as if the woman was born to wither pain. The famous singer Jagjit Singh, after losing his son, continued his career in singing despite the great loss. Always remember that it is the time of great stress, great misery, and great challenges that your courage needs to be held up. The only test of how brave you are is how much you can without being unrubbed, and courage is not a thing that can be developed by reading books or listening to people speak. It is something which can only be developed if you face the challenges head on. What would we do if misery strikes up? To elaborate this, I would take an example from the life of the former President of India, Dr. Kalam. In his own word, after 3 days in his family in 3 consecutive years, I had to be devoted to my work more than ever before. All the abilities that I had in me, I put in the constructions of the satellite launch vehicle. For me, the SLV becomes a mission which was ordained by God unto me. During this time, all the other activities which were conducted in my daily life were curbed so that I may better focus on my work. I don't feel that there is a better way to tackle misery as was done by Dr. Kalam. If we have to realize this at some point or the other, that when happiness is never to stay, then how can anybody's life be devoted by misery? Misery is universal truth from which nobody is spared. Therefore, it would be wise to take in it our stride. This belief helps us to formulate our convictions which always seems us through our tough time. The saying of Buddhist monk in the Himalayas is very relevant in the case. Do not be upset as the snow falls. As the snow falls, the sun would forever simmer to keep you warm. What we would to do is consider the time of misery at the taste of the tempest and look upon it is an opportunity to prove ourselves. It is always a rough sea which makes a skillful sailor. When the Wright brothers were ready to test their first power flight, bad weather it set in. There was rain or snow for several days, but while being delayed by the weather, the ride were not ideal. During this time, they occupied themselves in a making test of the strength of the wings and engine. During the test of the engine, they discovered that one of the tubular shaft had developed as a flaw and cracked. This incident proved to be a blessing and disuse as later when it helped them to improve their engine. It took Edison a lot of time and money on one of his invention. Finally, he gave up and told his co-workers in the morning, it's all right. So we lost a lot of money on this project, but isn't fun to even lose money on such an invention. It is
with this spirit alone that we can tackle the obstacles at work and emerge supreme out of the unfavorable circumstances. According to one of the most hilarious and wise saying, if we have fallen into a pool of dirty water, what do we have to lose of by sounding may the Ganga's glaciers? If life throws lemons at you, then why not make a lemonade? If a rat has fallen on your path, then why not use to find somebody's lost cat? Being flexible. I have seen many people never compromising with their beliefs and their habits. When I was a slave to my habits, I felt a lot of discomfort. For example, I was into a habit of always taking a bath before my meals, and whenever and due to whatever reasons it wasn't possible to do so, it always caused me to suffer from a splitting headache. I would abstain from going to any tour which would cause me such discomfort, no matter how important to the tour was for me. But when I purposely started making my habits flexible, I improved a lot in every way, and my mind would be free of the stresses which I developed due to nonsensical habits of mine. If you have also such habits which have no reason or no scientific explanation behind them, it would be advisable to get rid of them as soon as possible. These habits are not helping you in any way, but are talking your time and wasting your energy. We would utilize our time as per the requirements of the situations. Always keeps a diary. I know that the most students would not keep a diary in their pockets up till the time it does not become mandatory for them to do from the point of view of their profession. Keeping a small diary in your pocket would forever comes to your assistance. The diary works as your personal assistant. You may jot down the works in your diary. You may even pre-plan and set your mind free of the anxiety and the necessity of retaining the information. You can use your diary to pen down any idea which comes to your mind or an important task that you are supposed to do, and then forget completely about it for the time being. If you get a brain wave and fail to pen it down, your diary then changes there, the entire idea would be lost. The great comedian Charlie Chaplin always kept a tape recorder within himself. Whenever an idea struck his mind, he would record it in his instrument, which later on he would use in his films. Do you know that if the great musician P.T. Pradeep hadn't written down the lyrics of his song on a piece of paper that was going to him a cigarette vendor at 10 o'clock in the night, then he wouldn't have composed the famous patriotic song which was sung by Lata Mangeshkar and is still sung on every Independence and Republic Day. What I believe is that if he had a habit of carrying a small diary in his pocket, then our music industry would have been enriched by such songs. This is the reason why I emphasize upon always keeping a small diary in your pocket whenever you go. Stay in the company of people with conviction. In the same way in which misery propagates itself, happiness and prosperity always propagates itself. In the same way in which seeing a person yawning would also make you want to yawn. Seeing a person and being in company of a person who is focused and full of convictions and vitality would fill you with convictions and vitality. I am about to discuss with you an experiment which you may try out yourself. This experiment was first conducted by the psychologist Jung. He hung two clocks side by side on a wall. One clock was slower than the other clock. After a few days, it was noticed that the clock which was slower had turned with the clock which showed the right time. It is also true that the farthest a planet is from the sun, which is the source of energy, the lesser its speed of revolution is. This is the reason why I always recommend that you would stay with people who inspire you and are inspired and motivated themselves. When a friend who genuinely cares about his and your success would take you by the arm and urge you to carry on moving ahead, the journey would undoubtedly be made easier. It is very important that you do not advise from which you are unsure about themselves or spend time with people who lack conviction. Doing this would only limit your progress.
People who haven't seen the light of the sun would surely woo at the light of candle, and it would be forever in your interest to stay away from such people. Recognizing the opportunity, every opportunity which has been violent in way is great chance to prove yourself. Recognizing an opportunity to and utilizing it to fullest and not doing so is maybe difference between success and failure. You might complain that such an opportunity have never come in your way, but if you stay so in the context of your entire life, then I would certainly not believe you. There is a very possibility that opportunity that come your way went unnoticed and unheeded. All of experience of a few circumstances in our life which have the potential of changing our lives forever, but it keeps to us if we are susceptible to change or no. I believe that if there is a station, then the train would also halt. It is also necessary that we notice the train to be present while the train is in station, but the train halts nevertheless. Amitabh Bachchan went to All India Radio for this audition where he has rejected because his voice was not up to the mark. Through this incident was unfavorable to him that time. Later the entire world would praise him for very voice for which he was rejected. He went on to become one of the greatest actors in Indian history. While when started acting, he was made fun of by his fellow actors on being thrown on the platform of the station from the first class compartment. Mahatma Gandhi made up his mind that he would throw the Englishman out of and through these examples, I want to tell you that no opportunity comes with a flag or a marker attached to it. It is for us to recognize. Then it comes our way. Opportunities reach out to us in different ways. Sometimes in a certain incident and sometimes as a calamities. Sometimes they come in form of a person and sometimes they come into as a life-changing idea. It is for us to recognize them and make the most of them. While the common man oversees these opportunities, a man who is born to succeed is always on the lookout for them. Most of the people fail to recognize opportunities as they want to save from themselves the extra effort. If you are determined enough, you may even create opportunities yourself. A person who is forever centered in his work, who is determined to succeed no matter what fate holds for him, is forever on the look for the opportunities, and if he does not have them coming his way, then he creates them. In order to create the opportunity for him yourself or to cite one, you need to broaden your mental horizons. People who are too narrow in their thinking and whose goals pertains to the short term after fail to recognize opportunities. If you broaden your mental horizon, then you would find that nature would grant you with an opportunity to fulfill yourself and reach unimaginable heights. Do not be a fatalist. Beasts do not work more than what is required to feed their hunger, nor they required to do so. But the human's life inevitably comes with certain responsibilities, certain desires, and certain ambitions. The difference between man and beast is the man does not work merely to feed his hunger. If hunger was only problem, then undoubtedly it would have been sorted with ease and left to fate. Nature feeds all its animal and birds, then why not us? If feeding ourselves is the sole purpose that if we live for, then why bother? Just leave it nature and your fatal and failure it takes to its course. But the problem that most of us face is here, we humans do not live in feed or hunger alone. We live to grow, we live to fulfill ourselves, to love and be loved, to evolve forever into higher states of consciousness, to invent, to discover and to solve the mysteries of the universe and to become one with it. If this is the case, then how can anything ever be left to fate? Man is the maker of his own destiny and has been this way ever since the dawn of civilization. It is we who choose to evolve and have evolved ever since. Whatever lies in store for us is determined by our action. Good begets good and evil begets evil.
Without exceptions in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna, while explaining to Arjuna the concept of karma, say that the earth is like a very fertile land which supports crops for all sorts. Sow what you wish to sow, you would inevitably reap what you has been sown by you. We all know that Christ called his followers heirs of immortal bliss. If the greatest philosopher of the world, who have been worshipped as God, believe that destiny is what man molds with his own hands, then where lies the confusion? History has it that people with courage, people with patience, and people with perseverance have forever chosen their own destiny. It is only the weak and told who talk about fate. Thinking on such lines does not fit you. Man is man till he is struggling with the forces of nature to rise above them. Man is capable of becoming the lewdest of the organism, and he is also capable of being the holiest of all gods. What he chooses to be a totally discretion. Consider yourself to be a very skilled archer. Now you want to shoot down a buck. You take your stance and wait patiently for the animal to be motionless. The buck settles down and sinks its neck. You are now ready to fire. As soon as you fire, the buck moves and your arrows purchase the trees instead. Now this is what I call fate. You were very skilled and experienced in your art, and you couldn't have done more. This is the only way that the fate intervenes, and is no way more than this. The best you can do now is not lose patience and find another buck. If you are determined enough, you may get buck anyway for dinner, gaining as much experience as you can. There is not a single moment in our life that we do not experience, but only at those moments which we regard to be important and on which we focus our attention upon actually compose the baggage of our experience. Merely observing things is not enough in order to gain experience. To do so, you should see things in proper light and think in depth about them. You need to reach out the essence of things so that you may understand them and gather experience. If you are visiting a city which is completely new to you, just observing the various building sites and roads is not sufficient. In order to know that city, you need to study its history and its course of development through history and reach its very essence. Similarly, in order to gain an experience enhance your knowledge and need to feel the very essence of things. Experience helps us to take decisions and molds our lives in the way we desire. You might have noticed that it is not possible for you to maneuver your car through the lenses of an unknown city with certainty and comfort as it is for you. To do so in your own city, the difference is experience. In your own cities, you are aware of where the knocks and corners are, and you are able to speed up when you sight an opening. This can only be done by relying on your experience. Hence, we see the gathering experience help us to speed up the decision and work. This is why it is very important to gain as much experience as you can from the point of view of time management. Be visionary. Most of the people are short-sighted and only work for their present without considering or sparing a thousand of the future at all. It is true that we should live in the present, but that does not mean that we should work for the present alone without having a definite design for the future. Before citing any short-term gains, we should consider the loss that we would have to bear in the long run. Therefore, it is advisable not to waste our time on little gratification that relate to the short term and have a definite plan for the future in mind. It is true that it is not possible to control your future, but having a definite plan and working in accordance with it would surely equip you to somewhere near to desired goal. Regarding this, I would like to narrate you to incident from the life of the great administrator of France, Napoleon Bonaparte. While Napoleon was asleep in his tent at midnight, his guards woke him up and told him his commander in chief wanted to meet him immediately. When Napoleon asked what the matter was, the guard informed him that the enemy soldiers had attacked from the southern end and the commander was waiting for orders. On hearing this, Napoleon wasn't surprised a bit and didn't even find it necessary to call in his commander-in-chief. He simply told the guard that in a box which was kept in the corner there was a map which was number 34, and told him that he would give it to the commander and inform him in the morning about the result of the battle, and went back to sleep. In the map number 34, it was explained how to tackle the enemy if it attacked from the southern end. The battle was fought according to the map and Napoleon won in the same manner as in which he had planned before. The commander-in-chief, while giving Napoleon the news of victory, asked him how he had formulated such a plan with such precision and at such a short notice. To this, Napoleon replied that the two gods of thoughts and vision always stay with me. This incident tells me that a man should always be prepared for the contingencies which may arise in the future. After reading this incident, you don't feel that we can control a major part of our future if we want to. The fire extinguisher, which is for the present building, is not even used 99% for the times. But whenever a fire breaks out, it comes to be rescued. By becoming a visionary, we not only take care of the contingencies which may arise in the future, but we also have a framework in the accordance in which we move ahead. Time.
Chapter number 5. Always keep an eye out for these. In this chapter, I have attempted to put before you certain major elements that influence the development of your character and personality. Assimilating them would undoubtedly help you to cultivate the habits that would lead you to success. Never in my life have I met a person who enjoys wasting his time. All the people I have met in some way or the other look forward to or at least want to manage their time. The only problem that I face while explaining the concept of time management to the people is to unable to give up them a mechanical way of managing time. Time management is an art which can be only perfected through constant practice. There is no one formula or mechanism that could be followed in order to manage your time. It is a very adaptive in nature and needs to be customized as per the requirement of the circumstances. The point here is, though it is very easy to formulate a mechanical way of managing time, the mechanism wouldn't be free from loopholes and flaws. It is thus entirely an adaptive process. I have discussed earlier in this book, one can only win over time if he wins over himself. He can only control time if he exercises control his own mind and emotions. This is the reason why we should concentrate more on our personal development than we could on our time. All the ingredients that are required for the proper management of time and the proper cultivation of our character are present within us. It is only if we direct our attention and consciousness towards ourselves that we actually begin to learn the secrets of mastering the human life. Certain elements which are already present in us and are required for success need to be cultivated even further, and those elements that might hinder our progress, also present in our own self, should be subdued. In this chapter, I would attempt to draw your attention to those issues which might be hindering your progress. Right now, I would discuss certain undesirable elements that all of us have embedded in our personality which needs to be subdued. What I feel is that knowing these flaws should better equip you to tackle them. Your first and foremost enemy is procrastination. Procrastination is the habit of deliberately delaying your work, as we have discussed earlier in this book that this is the last thing we need if we want to exercise time management. No matter how much we delay our work, it always retains its impression in our mind through we think that externally we have avoided the work for the time being. The most ironically thing about the habit of procrastination is that once we stop doing it and complete our work in the stipulated time, we should be surprised as to how simple the task was to do. There is a very interesting principle given by Parkinson regarding the phenomenon of procrastination, which is it would take you a day to reply to a letter and it would be also take a day to reply to a 10 later. It is up to you if you want to finish the task in one day or drag it for 10 days. The second enemy that you face is lethargy. The cause of laziness is more mental and psychological than it is due to physical exertion. If you believe that you are tired, then undoubtedly you will feel the same way even though you might not be physically tired. I understand that after a day's hard work, it is very natural to feel tired and lethargic, but I do not understand the reason when people say that they are tired after having laid to the comforts of their beds throughout the entire day. If we want to successfully practice time management, there is no room for laziness. Another development that I have seen in recent time is while justifies why they did not do what they had to, people say that they didn't feel like doing so or they were not to be a right mood. I haven't been able to comprehend this sentence today. Does it mean that if we feel like doing nothing when our examinations are coming up, we just sit idle? The reason for this kind of behavior is again not acknowledging our agency of the situation. People who are career oriented and who are work oriented are only one who do not talk in this fashion, and as a result they are always successful. People who say that they didn't feel like are actually confessing that they are weak and it is not their ability to control their mind by signaling so they are inevitable put a stamp of failure across their back. Another word that can be termed as the psychological hype of the day is getting bored. The massive net the people have woven around themselves, comprehension of tension, competition, depression and confusion has given rise to boredom, and under these circumstances it could be really unnatural if one found his focus. This feeling of boredom has given birth and contributed to success of various industries such as drag tracking, discotheques and the film industry, pop music, etc. What I would react on is that we shouldn't allow our boredom to be utilized as a commodity by various industries. I do not understand that how a youth who is centered on creating a firm foundation for his life has an aim time to get bored. The only reason why one could get bored would be if did not enjoy what he was doing, and in such a case one shouldn't change his occupation. It's understandable and natural. If you are bored once in a while, but being bored at getting sick on your work on a regular basis is unacceptable. Aiming for perfection is indeed commendable, but being a perfectionist to that extent that we don't even start our work while waiting for the perfect circumstances is not wise at all. If you are not picking up a piece of work because you think that you are not perfect in it or that you would not be able to execute it with perfection, then let me tell you that where perfection is the goal, it is a virtue that you should be striving towards. It is never a state in which we can reside always. Bringing about perfection in our work is a target which is perpetual in nature and can never be accomplished in the absolute sense. If we always wait for all the traffic lights to reach green before we start our journey, it is not hard to understand that the journey never be started. If you have a very extensive list of things that you would want to do, it is understood that none of things are very important to you and neither do you have a definite goal to accomplish. People who do have a definite goal and work towards accomplishing it only have one objective in front of them, while the others, less important ones, by default exit their list. Discard all these activities in which are not as important to you as is the pursuit of your goal. Having these activities listed just cluster up your list and enhance your mind. Most of us cricket fanatics. What is the reason behind it? If we are not pursuing a career in cricket or any other sports, that we would reserve our inspiration from cricket, then what is the reason? And it is the reason justifies. or it is just that talking about cricket has become the latest hype among the youth these days. It is always good and enjoyable to watch cricket for the purpose of entertainment. Once in a while, foot following is like fantastic is a phenomenon that I have never understood. These days, cricket matches are played every month and the series lasts for many days. Does that mean that we should come up our work and follow it like crazy? Competition is a good and necessary for the expansion of abilities and therefore should be invited as long as a healthy one and does not involve the clash of egos. If does involve such a clash, then just trust me that nobody is benefiting from this kind of competition and it can be said to be senseless. The character in the plays of the great playwrights Shakespeare always expressed a state of dilemma as to what was to be done and what was to be not done. If we are confronted with such a situation, it becomes really hard for us to take a concentrated decision. If we are able to take once the decision inappropriate. Due to this state of mind, it has been often observed that most people hesitate to take decision at all. This kind of people are forever stationed at all crossroads of life. It is true that each decision before being taken should be weighed in its pros and cons, but unnecessary delay in taking decision may cause the opportunity to flock away from us. Once upon a time, a wealthy man comes to Ram Krishna Paramahansa with a big of gold and asks him to keep it. The saint obviously refused to do. When the man insisted a lot, then the Lord Krishna took the bag and gave it to the man again, telling him that he should throw away the bag into the river on his behalf. Listening to this man was perplexed, but he could not argue with the sand. He took the bag and started walking toward the river, and when he failed to return after a long time, the sand sent a lord to take for him. The lad saw that his wealthy man was taking out a single gold coin at a time from the bag and throwing it into a river half-heartedly. It is a dilemma which kills our mind. I could like to discuss with you an interesting exercise that you might want to try for yourself. Like everybody else, the mind must also be bombarded frequently by ideas, desires and apprehensions. We often dwell on our thoughts and our desires. Our body does not care whether our desire is an achievable one or it is just an impractical within. It thus reacts in the way we feel. Our body only understands the language of our emotions and reacts in the way we feel. Whenever there is a doubt in our mind, or our body reacts accordingly. Whenever we focus our thoughts on something negative, our body starts feeling in the same way. At every level, the exercise that I want you to try is, for a few days, monitor your thoughts and apprehensions and note them down on a piece of paper. Ironically, we would find that even 99% of the one worries do not take shape of our never materialize. This proves that the reason why we spend so much time worrying was not justified at all. If we repeat this exercise a few days, we would find most of our tension and anxieties disappearing. Most of the anxiety reside in our minds, not in the real life. The only reason why we are wholeheartedly today is that most of the apprehensions that we had in our minds did not materialize. The funny part is that these thoughts and worries, which would probably never materialize in our lifetime, compose most of our thoughts and influence most of the ways in which we behave. Another problem that most of us are confronted with, and which is major hindrance to the process of time management is careless. We lock our horses in even before we have traveled a few places with together. If we have locked the door properly, when we study for an examination, we have in mind that we need to revise a particular chapter or a particular topic for the second time, but it slips out of our mind, and just before the examination, we find that we have completely forgotten about our plans of revision. We often go to the market, and after having bought a number of commodities, we return home and all of a sudden realize that we have forgotten to buy something important which we had to go with an intention to buy. Due to this habit of carelessness, not only do we waste our time, but also increase the amount of effort that we need to put for a particular task. In all the above mentioned situation, we see that we need to allot an extra amount of time to all the tasks which we are not performed with due cares. We may corrupt this habit by carelessness by a very simple but effective exercise, which is before we begin any task or go anywhere, we should give ourselves a minute or two to contemplate upon that we actually want to do and what is primarily necessity in conducting such a task. If we do so consciously, we would find that our habit of being careless has reduced by a considerable margin and that we are also better organized and better occupied to execute the task. As we have discussed earlier, the cornerstone of curbing all kind of carelessness is to be alert at all times. By being alert and attentive, we realize that we exist in the present circumstance and in the present tense. It is feeling of recognition of our present and that our existence, if we practice to do, carelessness and absent-mindedness can be reduced to the great extent. The great scientist Albert Einstein once said that if we make one incorrect input, we should require making at least 17 more inputs to rectify it. This means that if we commit a mistake due to our carelessness, we can only truly rectify it by numerous efforts in relevant direction. What we need to note here is that by making these efforts, in no way are we accomplishing something out of the ordinary. These efforts are only required to be made due to the carelessness and are an utter waste of time. Therefore, it would be in our interest if, while understanding the task for the first time, we are attentive and completely focused on what we are doing. We all know that if we spend our time doing a useless work, which is no way is relevant to our primary task or directed towards our well-being, our time would go down the train. We should also understand that if we waste our time on senseless arguments, even then we waste our time in a similar manner. Often it is seen that even after hours being spent on these arguments and debates, no definite conclusion is never reached. Neither do we learn anything through this process, nor we are able to pass on any knowledge to the person with whom we are arguing. Through debates may sound entertaining, they often lead to wastage of the time of people who are involved in them. Hence, I would advise you to stay away from such a debates as far as possible. It is a virtue to hold on to what one believes is, but trying to prove them saying things to others may not be the most judicious utilization of your time. One thing which is most integral to the process of time management is misleading your own business. Do not waste your time on things that is no way would benefit you to relate to you. Do not intervene in the situation that you do not demand your presence. Worrying about your own slaves, your career and what steps you would take to manage your time judiciously and most effectively is all that you need to care about. Leave the preachings to the saints and mindless discussion to ideal hidden dreamers. What all I have discussed in this chapter may not be new to you. These are a few situations and circumstances which you might have undergone and experienced in your day-to-day life. As far as job was concerned, I have brought these small experiences together as chapter number 6, The Art of Stealing Time. In this chapter, I would go into the detail of telling you how to steal your time from those unnecessary activities which take up a lot of it as well as your energy and employ it to you constructive purposes. It was my good fortune that in my life I had the opportunity to meet a host of successful and famous personalities and observe their lives minutely. Back then, I used to be a private secretary of the President of India, Dr. Shankar Dayal Sharma. Among these great personalities, not only were there world-renowned politicians, but there were also many great writers, players, musicians, actors, judges, administrators, and also the beauties of the world. I saw them when they were preoccupied in their busy schedule, and I also saw them during hours of their leisure. Some of them had such an amazing and soothing personality, such extraordinary humility that it was hard to believe that they were the leaders of the world and there was such a huge responsibility on their soldiers. Some of them were extremely popular, and their popularity was more due to the personal behavior than it was due to their success. They would interact with people, and it would be a delight to talk to them. On meeting them, having shared a conversation with them, one would feel as if he had shared a personal bond with them. The things which is more important here is that none of these personalities had an easy going as far as their career was concerned. Most of the people among them were the ones who took responsibilities on their shoulders, and with ambitions ponding in their hearts and a firm resolve to prove themselves, set out of their homes in pursuit of success. I would often wonder how it was possible for these people to go through such challenging circumstances and still be so successful. After all, we all have the same amount of time at our disposal trying to figure out of the answer to the question. I tried to interact with many successful people, and it's from here that I derived the inspiration to share with you the technique and practice that I discovered. One thing that I almost missed is that I found all these people also were always a sort of time. Despite of them fact, they would extract time for themselves, for all the things which matter to them, and also for others. And interesting things that I noted was none of them was abundant in time, and none of them had a vast reserve of time. The thing that they all had in a common was they were all experts in the art of stealing time. Similar to a game of cricket in which the batsman scoring for runs or hits six whenever he gets a loose ball, but it is for in search of the opportunity to score the single from here and there. All these famous people were also in pursuit of stealing their time from wherever possible. This would help you to understand why I explicitly use the term stealing to describe their behavior. So now I move forward to telling you about the various techniques through which you can steal your time. It is for you to decide which technique suits you the best. One of the problems that a student of mine faced was that he had traveled 2 hours every day by bus. When I asked him if he was able to get a seat in the bus, his answer was affirmative. In order to solve this problem, I narrated to him one of my own personal experience. When I was posted in Delhi, from the place where I stayed in travel to my office every day, it would take me around 55 minutes by bus every day. While going to my office, it took me 55 minutes, and while returning, it took me the same. All the time, if I utilized appropriately, would have gone down the drain. To be honest, I tell you that the number of books that I read during this time, I could never read in the next 15 years of my life, and I spent in Delhi. My student understood my point, and as a result, I believe that problem was solved. The main principle behind my concept of stealing time is that whenever and wherever, whatever amount of time you get, no matter how small it is, you should utilize it the fullest. And here it is understood that if you are willing to utilize every bit of your time to the fullest, you need to be well prepared in advance. Before going to somewhere, you need to think that wherever you would get some time in access out of the ordinary schedule. What I believe is that every student who is true to his purpose and is serious about spending his time effectively and is serious about his career should always keep himself occupied with some books, in the same fashion as in which a warrior is always occupied with a few weapons. As a student, wherever you go, you must carry a book or two along with you. Who knows, then you might get a chance to flick through them. Never consider the books to be a burden. Even if you do not get a scope to utilize them, your books act if they were a first aid box aboard a plane, which always remains there irrespective of whether the plane is struck by calamity or not. The great investor Michael Faraday always used to keep a book along with him, and whenever he got the opportunity, he would open it and start reading. According to me, you should divide your daily task in 2 or 3 parts. In the first part, you should include those activities which take comparatively longer to take it. In the second part, you should include those pieces of work which can be completed in a shorter period of time, say an hour or so. And in the third category, you should place those pieces of work which you need only a few minutes to complete. After dividing your time in such a fashion, make it a practice to finish all these pieces of work which have been categorized in the third division. This time you get between two chunks of major tasks. In this way, you wouldn't have to devote time separately into these small chores. This concept was revealed to be through a letter from one of the most popular ministers of India. The letter was just a single line, which is had written to me from an airport in Brazil. The letter left me astounded and has never since before once he greatest treasure of my life. The letter helped me to understand that even in his busy schedule, the minister had a few minutes to spare a thought to me, and how he utilized that short span of time to write me a letter, which through was just a single line, but loaded with wisdom and meanings. Often when I travel in a bus, I would not get a place to sit. As a result, I am unable to take my books. My question here was if it was justified that I could not take out my books since I couldn't get a seat, but did it also forbid me from thinking? The answer was, of course, negative. So what I did was, while standing in the bus, I could allow my mind to wander and collect thoughts and data that I would help me to construct the blueprints of the article that I wrote. In my office, whenever I used to get some free time, I used to jot down my piece of paper all the major points that come in my mind. In the context, Einstein was one of the kind. There is a famous incident in which he got into the bathroom with the purpose of taking a bath. 1 hour passed, but he didn't come out. And when he had been there for more than 3 hours, his sister begins to get worried and banged the doors, asking if he was alright. Einstein came out of the bath and asked his sister that he was really in the bathroom as he had imagined it and his lab. So we find that even Einstein, while taking a bath, thoughts about his work without wasting a single minute. What I believe is that even our study should be divided in two parts. One pertaining to subjects which are of a serious nature and requires more attention, and the other of lighter subjects which can be studied in between and would also facilitate the process of relaxation. What I have found is that if we maintain a timetable and as a result our objective of the day stands clear before our eyes, stealing time becomes an easier task. You may even maintain a small diary in which you may keep a record of the major things that need to be done during the day. If you are thinking of a task which needs to be done after 10 days, there are simple things that you could do is jot the piece of work down on the relevant page of the particular day, on the particular page of the diary, and then totally forget about it for the time being. Are there certain chores that you undertake on a daily basis which can be done simultaneously with something else? If there are, then identify these chores and club them with such tasks. For example, you could have your meal while watching TV. In this way, not only you finish your meals but also entertain and reorganize yourself. Similarly, if you have a habit of listening to the early morning's news, you can do while grooming yourself of the day simultaneously. In this way, you could double the amount of time which is available to you. The great administrator and military conqueror Julius Caesar used to often utilize the time by writing letters while his men and his generals rested in the front comforts of their beds. Similarly, you may constantly remind yourself about the benefits of utilizing your time whenever you see the other people wasting their time in unnecessary activities. The process would just work as a reminder for you and would inspire you better to manage your time judiciously. There may be numerous ways and techniques through which time can be stolen in such a way. When you should seriously think about it, you would come up with many such techniques yourself if they were little store of how to construct a nest that is meaningfulness is convenient to you. Chapter number 7, Times, Peace. Have you ever heard of the phrase time's timepiece? I suppose not. The phrase may sound a bit weird to you, and it is. Of course, we all know about timepieces, and even know that they are gauges to measure time. Isn't that obvious? Then, what is the timepiece? What I'm trying to discuss with you is an entirely new concept which you might not have heard of before and which might change your perceptions as what time is. In the early years, people used to consider the sun to be a clock of the earth, and through its position in the sky, they would determine what it was in the day. As soon as the sun, people would rise and get to work along with it, and as soon as it set, people would return to their homes. The only twist here is that sun does not rise and set a uniform time throughout the world. On one hand, in Portugal, it's around 9 in the night, while in the Norway and other Scandinavian countries it set after midnight. Even in our country, there are vast differences regarding the time of rising and setting of the sun. For example, in Nagaland, it is already dark by 4 in the evening and early morning at 4. There is a broad daylight. Other places in India at this time are still in the dark. The time at which the sun rises and sets also changes as per as the various seasons. Therefore, we conclude that our universal clock is not an accurate one and not alien to imperfection. Just think for a while that how was time ever determined for the first time in the history of the earth? If you think, you would come up with the answer that the rotation of the earth on its own axis, which takes 24 hours, as being subdivided into minutes and seconds. The earth also revolves around the sun and it takes 365 days to do so. This revolution brings about the changes in the seasons which have helped us to come up with the concept of months and weeks. Therefore, we find that it is the rotation of the earth at its own axis and its revolution around the sun that actually help us to determine time. But if we imagine that we are on Jupiter, then how many days would conclude a year there? And what if we are on Pluto, while Jupiter completes one revolution around the sun in 88 days? Pluto takes 49 years to complete the one revolution. The continent of Antarctica sees daylight of 6 months and in the dark of 6 months. Hence, we see that the processes through which we determine time is not applicable properly even our own planet, and is far from being applicable to the universe. The clock that I am going to discuss with you now an entirely new concept, but a flawless one. The only problem with this concept is that all our individual clocks would be different and would be situated to our own individual needs. What I believe is that since that the way we all manage our time is different and suited to our personal requirements, our own personal clocks would also be customized accordingly. The psychological clock. The psychological clock is the clock of our minds. What I believe is that through a watch, which is an external instrument, it is only possible to determine time externally, but it is not helpful in the understanding of the psychological concept of time. You must agree with me when I say that time is totally abstract and you can only be felt and experienced, since the only way that we are able to experience is through our minds. The concept of psychological clock stands fast. Let me give you some examples regarding the psychological clock. Even if it is a bright day outside or a beautiful busy night, we are not able to enjoy it. Our mind is upset. If our mind is upset, we do not feel the warmth of the day. Neither do we feel the cool breeze of the night. If we are reading a book which is very interesting, we are truly enjoying that we are reading, then all of a sudden, if we look at the clock, we would be surprised to find that so much time has lapsed so quickly. Here there is no possibility of the day increasing its pace or the hands of the clock ticking faster. The reason that we feel time flying by is purely psychological. On the contrary, if we are reading a course book which is highly boring or we do not feel like studying at all, then we would feel that time has become stagnant and it is not moving at all. This reason is also purely psychological. When the bell ring on in the morning for the school to start, we react differently as when it's ringing for the school to end. The time gap between the ringing of the bell of the school to start and that for the school to get over is around 7 hours, which seems to be pretty long to us. While the 17 hours which separate the bell in the evening from the morning, well, next day seems to usually fly by. The reason the same as discussed before. Usually, before going to bed, you tell your mom, daily basis to wake up at 5. But consider there is a cricket match starting at 3 in the morning, you would be up and after by 20:30 without needing any to wake you up. Consider another example in which in the beginning of the season, you full of vigor and enthusiasm to go out to school and you have to form commitment that this year you would start studying early and study throughout. Your enthusiasm lasts for a few days and slowly as time passes, it gets dampened. And after a few months, you are back to your usual routine. The reason comes is purely psychological. Consider that you are playing in your school and the bell rings for the class to get started. Imagine again that between the classes you have a free period and the bell rings so that you could go to field and play. What I would like you to do is note the time it takes for you to move into your class for studying and that of moving is to field to play. You would find that there is a considerable difference between the time taken into events. Since we know that there hasn't been any change in the distance that we need to cover, I would presume that now you would understand why this happens. So my friends, this is what I call the psychological clock. It is a clock that has been placed by nature deep within our consciousness. It just stays silent and watchful, tickling out at its own pace. But in no way can we deny its presence. It is not a voluntary option for us to choose whether to use this clock or not, as it is placed so deep within our psyche. The usage of the psychological clock is indispensable as is the process of breathing. Without expressing the presence of the psychological clock, it is not possible to experience time in the same way as it's possible to feel existence without breathing. We reach the following conclusion from the above decision. It is much easier to work with a peaceful and happy mind than it not to work without one. Only a mind which is at pace and it joyous can effectively practice the art of time management. If you really want to master the art of time management, then the first and foremost thing that you need to do is to feel happiness and tranquility within your mind. If you are able to do so, then you know who knows, you might just be able to double your time. If you agree with me on the above discussion, then you must be eager to know that what are the ways in which one can be blissful and control his mind in such a way that every choice may seem to be a piece of cake. Let us find how. Controlling your mind. Our mind is the center of all emotions, all our feelings and aspirations, and all the nervous activities that takes place in our bodies. It is the mind that differentiates man from man and man from beast. It is the only latest beliefs of quantum physics, and the universe cannot be created without the mind going into it. Ironically, this discovery, which may seem to be ultra modern, one of the modern quantum physicists and already been explained in detail in our ancient scriptures. When we are mindful, we are aware of our own existence and consciousness of the work that we are doing, and when our mind wanders away to place elsewhere, we wander along with it. Controlling our mind is not an easy task. It is said and that the only things that moves faster than the speed of sound and that of the speed of light is our mind. To control such an enormous force of energy which moves with such unimaginable speed is no way an easy task. We might recollect that in the great epic Mahabharata, Arjuna was considered to be the greatest archer in the world. When he was asked by his guru what he could see while he about the shoot an arrow to an artificial bird which was placed upon a tree for the purpose of a target practice. He replied that he could only see the pupils of the bird's eyes, which he had to shoot down, and everything else was out of his focus. So we can see how immensely concentrated his mind was and the amount of the control that he exercised over it. But the same Arjuna in the battle of Mahabharata lost control over his mind and hence on himself the moment he saw his cousins, his grandfather and his teacher who composed the enemy forces that he was supposed to fight. Had it not been for the perseverance of Krishna, the battle of Mahabharata would definitely have been lost. So the first thing I would ask you to do is to expel any throughout which may come to you, to control your mind. Our mind cannot be controlled by force. It is the only we coordinate ourselves, our own action with the mind, that we are able to harmonize ourselves with it. The main problem with the most of us is that the mind has become our master. It makes us to do whatever it wants us to do. The only things we can do it is that to make our mind our allies so that it does not work against our wishes. Here are some techniques that would facilitate that process. If your main objective is to study, to more determined you are able to do, the more control you exercise on your mind, the only way that you can be determined in your endeavors is by reasoning things out of your own self. The point here is execute the work at hand with the utmost efficiency. It is said that an ideal mind is the devil's workshop, and I agree with this phrase with all my heart. What I would recommend is that you would always keep yourself occupied in some work or the other according to the timetable and you have framed. Whenever your determination and commitment towards our work falls, our mind gains supreme control over us, and now we become nothing but the prisoners of our own mind. To prevent this from happening, I would suggest a few techniques that might interest you, which would always help you to commitment to your work. First of all, pick up a piece of work every day that you do not feel like doing at all. Secondly, do not do anything which would really interest you and which you really want to do. Both of these activities would help you to do something against the usage of your mind. When you practice doing so, it would help you to exercise control over your mind. Whenever you do so, it would reduce the power of that mind exercises on and strengthen the power of will within, as well as your intellect. Doing so, your mind would slowly realize that you are the ruler and not the ruled. The environment we live in and companionship that we share immensely influence the state of our mind. The great astronomer Johannes Kepler gave three major observations regarding planetary movement. The second among these observations was planetary habitat. According to this observation, to the velocity with which the planets move is determined inversely by the ratio of their distance from the sun. The farthest the planet are from the sun's gravitational force, the lesser their speed is. Therefore, we see that the principle of communal influence is universal. It is mandatory that we choose our companies carefully and forever associate with people who inspire us and encourage us in the right direction. The mind of a person who is without a goal is like a wild horse without rider. Therefore, in order to tame our mind, we should forever keep our goal in focus. We should break down a long-term goal into a short-term achievable objectives which we would accomplish on a daily basis. There is a story about a girl who lived in the hills. The girl used to carry her little brother on her back while making her way up hills every day. One day, pedestrians who was from the city pitied the little girl and asked her why she was carrying so much load on her back. And the road uphill was really steep. The girl was confused. She stood looked around, not sure that the man was talking to her. She couldn't understand what he meant and asked him again if he was talking to her. The man pointed to the kid and repeated his question. The girl looked at him amused and replied, "What load? He is my brother." We see in the above incident and that the magnitude of work or the amount of effort required to do it doesn't matter at all. We truly feel about what we are doing. If we love our work and are passionate about it, then no matter how hard it is to complete the task, we would always enjoy doing it and it would never seems to be a chore. In the above discussion, I have attempted to put forward a few techniques which would come to your assistance if diligently used. If you practice them for a few days with regularity, you would certainly be able to exercise some amount of control on your mind. Doing so would highly reduce the obstacle that would face from the point of view of mental control and facilitate the process of time management. Taking pleasure in your work. Albert Einstein in his will wrote to the world that his body shouldn't be worried, nor should be cremated, and there should not be any museum built in his memory. He wrote that he loved his work beyond limits and attempted to find truths. Only this much should be enough to commemorate him. When the great psychologist Sigmund Freud was asked that what would a young man to do maintain and improve his psychological health, a long listed answer was expected from him. Everyone who was surprised when he answered this question with the just two words, which were love and work. According to me, it's love with work. Plutarch said, Caesar was born to great things. I believe so. Are you? The only reasons why a person would prefer not to work is that he doesn't enjoy the work that he has been assigned to him. And if a person does not enjoy his work, then he is neither doing justice to himself nor to work assigned to him. One thing that you might have experienced is that one day you complete your studies and work with assigns, you are full of mirth and in really happy state of mind. Similarly, the true pleasure of an artist is to sketch. The true pleasure of a player is to win matches, and that is a teacher of teachers, provided that all type people are doing what they actually wanted to do. There is a very famous incident from the little life of the great Albert Einstein which I would like to narrate you. Once there was an instance when Einstein was suffering from high blood pressure. A doctor was called in who advised him to take some time off and go to a place where he enjoys the most. On hearing this, Einstein got up and went into his laboratory. The doctor followed him, asking that he thought he was doing as he was prescribed complete rest. Einstein looked back at him confused and replied that it was doctor who had asked him to go to a place where he enjoyed the most of it was simply following the doctor's advice. The joy of work is the joy of a moment. I have seen people working with such intensity that they forget to eat and drink. In the autobiography Wings of Fire, the former President of India, Dr. Kalam, wrote that he would go into his office forgetting all those things that bothered him, as if it was a site of plagiarism, in a similar way in which his father used to remove his shoes before entering the mosque. Such an approach towards working helps us to work with utmost efficiency and integrity while also enjoying what we are doing. Working in this way, helping us to make the most of our time. What we basically do in our student life is gather information. It is the information that helps us to decide what we would want to do and what occupation would we want to take up. Therefore, the work assigned to you is the pace is more or less fixed, and therefore it would be in our interest to execute it with utmost efficiency so that we may successfully choose the path that we would want to tread. For the rest of our lives, try to enjoy studying whenever you are doing so. Try to find out more about the subject and more about the topic that you are reading and accumulate knowledge which is beyond your course books. The person does not find interest in a particular things if he was not studied or understood the things in depth. So enjoy every moment of your life in understanding the mechanism of this world, in gathering information, reflecting upon it, is finding on our reasons and answer. If you do, then every moment of our student life and your life ahead would be worth celebrating. When you practice all these things, you would find all the negativity and pessimisms of your mind and character of fading away. Them would be overcome by eternal joy and the bliss of moving towards your aspiration. This is the only art of living. Chapter number 8. Learn to live in the present. I am sure that you have studied about the three different tenses: the present, the past, and the future. It is on the basis of these three tenses that our life maintains its equilibrium. As we keep getting older, our past increases in length and we begins to carry a sack full of experiences, and the future which is in front of us is constantly reduced. But irrespective of the past and the future, the present remains constant. The present is the only time that we have to our disposal, considering the point of life at which you are positioned right now. Your past is comparatively shorter in length, and the fast future lies ahead of you. After this small discussion, let us move ahead. Understood that is in which tense do we actually live. Ideally, as you might have to guess by the title of this chapter, we would always live in the present. One of the synonyms of the word gift is present. I don't think that there can be any better gift from the nature to us than the present time. This is a truly priceless gift, and we all should care of it. Both the past and the future are born as a result of this present that we are living now. At the same point of time, the past used to be our present and the present was our future. The present moment that we are in now would also in a future depending upon how we utilize this moment. If you do justice to the present moment, then tomorrow undoubtedly your past would be an inspiring one, and of course the future would also be molded accordingly. We are all familiar with the character of Karma. In Mahabharata, Karna was known of his kindness and charity. It is said that if a person visited him, it was not possible for him to return empty-handed. One day a person went to Karna with the hope of receiving some charity. As he was holding something in his right hand, Karna used his left hand to remove his gold necklace and gave it to the man. On this, his friend was standing next to him told him that it was not customary to give things for charity with the left hand. To this, Karna replied, "My friend, you are right that one should not give donation with the left hand. But what if I had changed my mind while shifting the necklace from my left hand to the right? I gave the necklace away with my left hand so that I would not have the opportunity to think twice before giving." Note that in the above reference, even a mighty warrior like Karna was aware of the principle of living in the present, and if his present reaction was to give away his gold necklace to the poor man, he didn't follow himself to luxury of thinking twice. The future is yet to come and would be molded in any ways you want, depending upon how well you utilize your present. Whatever you would become, be it an entrepreneur, an administrator, an engineer, or a doctor, it is vastly dependent on how well you utilize your present. Whatever we are, it is all present. Whatever we are was determined by our present back then, and whatever we would be in present future would be determined by our present. What has passed has slipped out of our hands long ago. What the future holds, we cannot predict. The only point of time which is completely under our control and our disposal is the present, and it is up to utilize to the fullest. The problem that most of us face is that tough we know the right place for us to be in present, our mind often dwells upon thoughts and experiences which relates to the past or the future. Most of our time is wasted on these thoughts. If you were analyze your conversation with friend, you would realize that 50% of it is pertaining to the past, around 1/4 of it was pertaining to the future, and the part of the conversation which is pertaining to the present was only 10 to 15%. Whereas ideally 50% of whatever you think and talk should be present about the present. Staying the present means to recognize the importance of the moment and getting down to work. The only places for the mind to wander is either the past or the future. If we focus on the present, then this would stop our mind from wandering. On the present, then this would stop our mind from wandering, and we would be able to better concentrate on our work. The past is relevant only up to point that lesson have to be learned from it, and the future to the extent of certifying our goal. If you really want to think about the future, then enrich your mind with such dreams and ambitions which would vitalize your thoughts and define your action. Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam always encouraged the young mind to dream about the future so that in order to transform their dreams into reality, they would work in a specific direction. The reason behind this is that whatever you dream about, you would influence the thoughts that comes into your mind, and whatever you think about would influence your actions. Therefore, you would work in a way which would transform your dreams into reality. But this is only possible if you utilize your present to the fullest. This is the reason why I emphasize that enough at times you should allow your mind to wander into the future and dream on. The maximum amount of your time should be spent in the present and working towards transforming your dreams into reality. Chapter 9: Examination, Vacation and the New Year. In this chapter, I would like to tell you that how you should utilize your summer holidays and organize your work from the very first day of the new session so that you may perform well in your examination. Time management from the point of view of examination. A person who starts digging a well after feeling thirsty is destined to die out of thirst. The same rationale can be used to understand the process of time management from the point of view of examination. The principle of managing time cannot be applied when the examinations are just around the corner. Wondering about how to manage your time when your examinations are just about to start is similar to the process of looking for a fire extinguisher when building has already started burning down. If you want to manage your time in such a way that would ease to pressure on yourself during the examination, then you should have to start thinking about it right away. On things that we need to be clear about is that time management is a discipline which needs to be embedded in the character, and without disciplining ourselves in such a way, it is impossible to achieve anything. Random words, when organized in a particular fashion from poetry and the strict control of a musician on his instrument, gives birth to a melodious tune. Similarly, if we set a target or for ourselves and abide by the time frame, then this undoubtedly helps us to be successful. When you formulate a timetable and try to abide by it, there is no doubt that your mind would become a little tense, and of course you should strain yourself a bit more than you would otherwise have. But you needn't worry yourself about it, as the experts on life management also believe that there should be a little amount of tension and a little source of stress and worry in your lives. Not having any is in itself a psychological disorder. In this chapter, I would like to discuss the concept of managing time, which would pertain to 2 months before the examination, the 30 days to which the process of our time management would pertain to are not similar on the scale of importance as our examination inches closer. The worth of every day increases, therefore, it is not possible to formulate a flawless framework for time management without considering this factor. As your exam inches closer, the number of objectives that you have before you should start tempering till the extent that only the main objective stays in focus. If you have certain preoccupations that needs to be sorted out, then start sorting them out from beginning of this period and get through with them as soon as you can, so that you may focus on the examination ahead. Now let me come to certain important discussion relating to time management during this period. For a good student, it is always advisable that he should complete his course at least 15 days before the examinations begin. After this, he should only focus on revision. The more you revise, the clearer your thoughts would become and more knowledgeable you would observe and retain. In this way, if you spare the last 15 days for the purpose of revision, then you are left with 1.5 months to complete your course. The only things that you need to worry about now is how to manage time in these 45 days so that they may be utilized to the fullest. First of all, you need to take out time for the subject which you are not familiar with, allot days for this particular subject and finish the topics in the time frame of these days. The most effective way to manage your time during this period would be to study only one subject on a particular day. You have a 45 days at your disposal. Now you should think about how much time and how many days should be allotted per subject so that you finish your courses 15 days before the examination begins. Distribute your time in such a way that the topics which you have already studied can be repeated after a few days so that you are able to retain as much as possible. If you are not into habit of making notes, then I would like to tell you that now there is no time left for such things and you should prefer studying directly from the book. Distribute your daily time in such a way that between your busy schedules you give yourself some time to relax. If you don't do so, you would be rejuvenate and would be able to keep up your efficiency. Select the time that suits you best for the purpose of studying. The time should be such that you should have the least number of distractions around and be able to focus completely on your work. If you are not into habit of working early in the morning, then try to recollect the topics that you have read the previous day. This could be save you a lot of time. Now we come to management of time 15 days before our examination. According to your date sheet, start revising the subject for which you have to appear first and continue in the same order. Allot yourself the number of days that you should require for revision per subject. As your examination inch closer, you should not be left with enough time to revise all the topics. It would be best if you take an overview. 15 days before the examination, you need to start becoming more and more organized and study centered. All the other activities apart from study and those which are required for your relaxation should be avoided. Try to keep your cool and not be too anxious or apprehensive about the examinations, as only a peaceful and silent mind can think and with clarity. Even if you are not able to revise certain topics which you had intended to do, otherwise do not get anxious and try to keep your pace. As your examination comes closer, focus more on selective study and do not allow yourself to be tempted by studying the topics which you are of less importance. I believe that if you follow this process and distribute your time accordingly, in the last couple of months before your examination, you would certainly be able to score higher than you ever did. Utilizing your vacations. Before we proceed to learn how to utilize our time and most efficiently during the holidays, it would be worthwhile to first understand the purpose of being given holidays. You know that in a week you are least enjoy a holiday or two. On an average, in a given year, a school or a college enjoys at least 2 months of holidays. Even the government bodies, the private companies, and also the judiciary enjoy a few days of during the years. These holidays given us, which are given not only for the purpose of relaxation in your mind and body, but also help to re-energize you. In the same way in which a night's good sleep revitalizes us for the next day's work, the holiday which are given to us also serve the same purpose. Not only do they re-energize us and will given us the opportunity to recreate, they also help in curing monotony. The holidays gives us an opportunity to spend time with ourselves and hence also utilize our time for the purpose of self-development. One thing that should be kept in mind is that you shouldn't spend your holidays doing whatever you would do in your normal course. For example, if you study throughout the year, doing it so in vacation as well would only reduce your efficiency. The best way to utilize your holiday would be to spend your time doing such things which would enrich your personality, enhance your overall knowledge and skills, and at the end of it, leave you a better person. Holidays are the best time to pursue one's hobbies and do what one loves to do the most. Engaging oneself in learning new skills and broadening the horizons of our knowledge would undoubtedly help us to cultivate a better personality, which would help us in the time to come. It is also a time to strengthen our bonds with friends and family members. Spending time with the member of our family, especially grandparents, would undoubtedly enhance our knowledge if we respect the vast experience that they have gained during their lifetime. If you are planning a trip, then make sure that instead of just visiting the place, you actually observe and learn whatever is worth learning about that place. Meet as many people as you can and learn as much as you can more about the place. In this way, utilize your vacation in the best possible way to make a better person out of yourself. The New Year. Every New Year should be welcomed with open arms and enthusiasm. New Year is a time when we all exchange greetings and we are full of excitement to take on another year of our life. We all come across two new years. One is actual beginning of a new year and the other is our birthday. It is up to us as which one to consider to be one true new year. If we really want to be a justice to our new year, the best things to do is to start off with something new, otherwise that would be a new about this new year. Generally, the beginning of a new year symbolizes new hope, enthusiasm and a new level of consciousness, which would change us for the better and help us to evolve into a better human being. With the new year comes a spirit to resolve to do something which we have never done before and resolve to leave behind what is negative and has worked forever to bring us down. The truth is that the new year is an opportunity to make new resolutions which would help us to evolve into a better person. A revolution by which we would avoid throughout the years and hence strive towards success and well-being. If we try to do, then the revolution becomes a habit which changes us for the better. Often I have seen people making huge revolution which by no means are they able to live up to. Or I have seen people making revolution which are so ordinary in nature that it's quite easy to completely forget about them. While making a resolution, they like setting a goal before us. We should keep in mind that the resolution should be a realistic and achievable one. A few example of these resolutions are: I would get up early morning, I would stop procrastinating, I would strengthen my bonds with family, I would study every day at least for 4 hours. I would centralize my life around my work. I would keep all my promises. I would respect every person no matter how small his work is. I would be organized in my efforts, etc. We should take this opportunity of New Year to get rid of all our weaknesses, as we all have certain drawbacks which keeps us away from achieving our goals. Some of the resolution which would facilitate this are: I would control my temper, I would get rid of my laziness, I would not be jealous of anybody's success, I would not speak ill and other people's, etc. Through making these resolutions and abiding by them throughout the year, we can undoubtedly become better persons and become better equipped to be successful. What we should not forget is that knowledge is not such an integral part of our life as our personality is. Knowledge can be gained under sustainable circumstances, but the character and personality of a person are things that need to be cultivated throughout one's life and are the only factor that determine the success or failure of a person. Our character is developed as a result of a slow and persistent effort. History has it. The people who have actually been successful in their lives and caused its path to change were people of firm characters with huge charismatic personalities. It was not necessary that all these people were loaded with knowledge, because their personalities were such that even if they were a bit short on the part of knowledge, they would work if sufficiently towards it and have it in their disposal at any time. All the festivals celebrated that were excited in the world have a sole aim of breaking our monotony and giving us an opportunity to rejoice. But the sad part here is that today, where festivals have become a source to feed our orthodox thoughts, the celebration have just been limited to feasting and shopping. The New Year is also celebrated in a similar way without its importance being felt. It is spent in the meaningless exchange of gifts and usage without any inner feelings to back them. The only way in achieving the celebration of a new year can be effective is that should rejuvenate you with new emotions and give you a new purpose to your life. Embracing what is new should be totally in a similar way. In such a snake sheds a worn out skin to form a new one. This should discard all our negativity and precision to embrace new ideas and habits which would help us to rise to new height.